That's the chauffeur. YAHSHUAH, the Ten Commandments. YAHSHUAH, Lakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasa, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, YAHSHUAH. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Lavakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ah, Thalatazak, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou steal. La'ah, Thayonashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'ah, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High Yah. Praise Yah. Everything you allow, only cause of your will. Yah's will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, Yah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me great, satisfied with where you give, where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me great. Thank you, cause me don't put money first. Thank you, cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you, cause you found flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing, but come from the earth. Thank you, cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you, cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you, cause you found flesh from the dirt. Overall, me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give, where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, me to make it through the night. Thank you for for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where I give, the way I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't let me be satisfied with where I give. Cause we are give, the way I give. Cause we are give, I'm more than what you need, so don't let me be satisfied with where I give. Cause we are give, the way I give. Cause we are give, I'm more than what you need, I'm more than, so don't let me be satisfied with where I give. Sing fit on my yard, the way I give. I'm more than what you need, so don't let me be satisfied.
Shalom, everyone worldwide. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. I'm your host, your brother, Uncle YAHSHUAH, Uncle YAHSHUAH, known as Uncle YAHSHUAH. Be satisfied with what the Most High gives us. Satisfaction. That is shalom. That is joy. That is happiness. That is ahavayah. That is love. Thank you. That is what we're called to be. We're called to be satisfied with what the Most High gives us. Satisfaction in your life is when you want the Most High's will over your own in your life. Put the Most High first. We don't get everything that we want, but the Most High knows exactly what we need. The key, a balance in our lives, guys, is to measure out, to give our will over to the Father and understand that when I have faith and trust and belief and that there's a higher power, a creator greater than me, and he created me and I'm supposed to be in his image and I'm supposed to be his child, then that means he has my best interests at heart when I don't even know what's best for myself. So if I can take my life and say, okay, Father, may your will be done over my life. Even when I don't understand, I know that you have what's best for me in my life. You give your will over as to praying to the Father to say, let your will be done in my life. Even for the things I understand, correct me for my errors, my shortcomings, and may your will be done over my life. Because the Father, the Most High, he's not really concerned about the things we want. He's concerned about giving us the things we need. And because the wants can be attributed to the flesh, to the desires of the flesh. We all want, like you might want that beautiful girl, right? You might want that really handsome man that you saw at the job or at work or whatever, the UPS man or whatever. They ain't got to be UPS. You could be a Fortune 500 company owner. You might want them, but the Most High knows that you don't need them because you don't know who they are. You don't know the beginning from the ending. The Most High knows what could happen with this person in your life. So by saying a prayer, Father, forget my wants. I know you supply my needs. May you please assert your will over my life. Then you'll be satisfied with the things that you don't get. It's a very balanced thing. It's hard to do because we want all the stuff, right? We want stuff that ain't even good for us. Y'all know plenty of us, me included, then had that girl, right? For the guys and for the sisters, then had that brother who was no good for us. He might have been, or she might have been pleasing to the eyes and pleasing to our flesh, but it was the worst thing in the world. That wasn't what we needed. That was the thing that we wanted. And sometimes we we go against the Father's will, and we we put our wants and desires over him, or we just don't even think about him. We don't put him first and foremost. The thing that you put your attention to is. That's why this world is all about attention, like the iPhone generation, the I generation, the me, selfies, right? All this attention is the new currency, right? That's because the dark spirit realm, the devils, the dark spirit realm, they understand that where you put your attention is where your power is, where your heart is. So they want to have your attention on self-gratification, self-glorification. That's why they got the new generation all about selfies, me, the selfie generation. You only live once, YOLO and all that, your best life and all of that. It has nothing to do with put something ahead of you and understanding that the Most High has a greater plan. And it's about giving your attention and your focus on him first and foremost. And then it trickles down. When you do that, you have a certain layer of covering, a certain layer of covering. So I just want to give that little inspiration tip to everyone out there who struggles, because we're going to struggle. Life has ebbs and flows, and it's about conquering the ebbs and flows and not succumbing to the darkness or the flow that can be a thing that can strengthen you, or that an obstacle that you need to overcome so that you can be wiser and stronger. Some succumb to it because they listen to these demons speaking in their ear, gossiping, and these devils trying to possess them, saying that nothing good happens to you, and you got to look out for self, and you just only got to worry about it. Like it's to have you not put the Most High first and understand some things you're gonna do are going to be hard, trials and tribulations and tests, but it's all for my greater good, my greater good. Okay, right? So talks about So the you have to understand that everything in life that we want, we're not going to get, and you have to have a level of satisfaction for the things that you are able to receive. I'm breaking up. Yeah, that's because let me know, guys, if I break up way too much. Yeah, they said it's cutting up. All right, I'm probably gonna have to stop the download. Y'all let me know if it's intolerable, because I have something exporting that's for the lesson tonight, and my Premiere, my editing program, it takes up a lot of bandwidth and power, and so can't post comments to some destinations. Oh, I got 1 bar. Okay, so that means all that wisdom I was dropping and the fullness wasn't coming through. They're gonna shut me down. I got 1 bar for some reason on this StreamYard. That hadn't happened in a long time. Connection is unstable. Now I got 2 bars. Oh man, they're gonna attack this lesson, of course. All right. I don't know what to do, because that's not even the export that's happening. It's this. It's let's see. Oh boy. Joseph Robinson in here, he didn't wrote a comment. If I can't have this every week. Let me see, unless it's something that's righteous, light, that's some light to it. Not tonight, Brother Joseph. If you're lawful, Shelly, unique over on Facebook. Okay, now my internet is working. Now it shouldn't break up. Hopefully it stays like this. Because it's not my internet, now it came back again. All right, well, we'll deal with it tonight. Let me try to see what his brother is coming. Hopefully it ain't nothing crazy. That would be banned for good. Let's see. Nobody can just convert like Christian. All right. I don't know, Brother Joseph. You're gonna get yourself banned, and it's because the darkness will use you as a distraction. So I know you think you know a lot. I keep telling you that, but you don't know. You need to really. You come with this. So let me explain. He said nobody can just convert to become an Israelite like Christianity brainwashed to believe it's a sacred bloodline. So you don't believe the Bible? Did you ever hear in the Bible, Joseph, where it says the Gentiles can be grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH as if blood-born Israel? See, that's my point. You're so full of self-worship. You want to be the only people, and we're sacred bloodline, and we're this, and you are the transgressor of the Most High. You the one that got sent into captivity over and over again, transgressing the Father because you got all this self-worship. You want to be worshiped. Your bloodline, you want to be, when the Most High elected you and gave us that election. But what did you do? It was to humble you so that you can be a light, so the others could be grafted in to the house of YAHSHUAH. That ain't Christianity. That's Hebrew. As if blood-born YAHSHUAH. But you don't want that part because you want to be the only one, right? So that's why I say you're going to get banned for good, because I got things that I need to teach when I'm coming on here. I'm coming on here to teach something, and you come spew your hateful, your misaligned doctrine that you picking up from these dark Israelites and these camps, these wicked serpent worshipers, and you come try to spew it in the house of the elect who actually have healed from their trauma and transgression against the Most High, and actually trying to be a light unto the Gentiles so that others can be grafted into the house of YAHSHUAH so they can make it through one of the 12 gates in the judgment. But you ain't worried, right? You worried about, like you said last week, the millennial kingdom and Mashiach coming. You want to just, so you're just going to be banned for good, because I'm not going to come up here every Friday, every Shabbat and Sunday, and I have a word to teach from the Most High, and you redirect the word with your ignorance of the scriptures. Calling themselves wise, they become fools. I told you that over and over again. You need to sit down and shut up in this house and learn something and listen and heal. And so you literally go against scripture in your, in the stuff you be spewing and babbling. And you come into the young king, now you're all, and saying stuff, like, so, just, say that teacher didn't read it. He didn't read that far. If he did, he would know that we're still supposed to teach in our captivity and show them our light. Absolutely. That's how we're supposed to heal from the curses. There was the prophecy of the curses. There's a time span where it'll be lifted. But what did the scripture says? It will pursue you forever. It said the curses will be upon you forever. Listen clearly, guys. It will be upon us forever if we don't heal from the trauma and regain our rightful position and become the light to the darkness. The curses will be on you forever. Once the 400-year prophecy was up, it's supposed to be lifted, but it depends on what spirit you're in. Are you in your rightful spirit, or are you still in your hateful spirit? Are you still in your worship me? We are the chosen bloodline. We better than everybody. Everybody else is going to be slaves and everybody and all that. The curses will be on you forever. For those who didn't understand that part, you just got a breakdown of that part of the scripture, because I know a lot of people didn't understand that. It seemed like it could be contradictory, right? You're like, but the 400 years is supposed to be lifted. Why would it say forever? Because it depends on your free will and what the children do. Only 1/3 will be lifted. 2/3 with their little hateful selves, worshiping themselves. We are the Israelites and we are this and we are that. All that self-glorification. You'll be an Israelite burning right in the lake of fire, talking about, but we are the sacred bloodline. Right there with the other adversaries. Gentiles as well, whoever. It don't matter. Okay? So the scripture says the curses will be on you forever, and it will pursue you everywhere you go. You can't run from it. The only way that you can come from up under the curses is to repent and lower yourselves and be one with the Father. And that means be a light unto others. Be the door, the path, the dalayat, the path, the gamayah. Oh, we about to go into the Hebrew today too. Look at it, started already. Be the door, the light, the gamayah, the ion, the eyes to see. Be the kaf, the hand to hold. Be the yad, ya'ad, the mighty arm and hand to pull the others into salvation, to be the doorway, the path. Be the hayah, the revealing, the breath of life of the Father. Be in the image. Not be glorifying your little wicked heart, your little wicked self. You're the seed of the serpent. Your little, that's why I ain't playing with these fools, these our wicked ancestors. You ain't nothing but descendants from these serpent worshipers, Israelites worshiping themselves. All right. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. All right. They are, now Yah wrote 1 Corinthians 2:14, but the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of the Most High Yah. He does not receive the things of the Spirit of the Most High, for they are foolish unto him. Neither can he know them, because these things are spiritually discerned. So when you're just looking at the flesh, all that bloodline, natural, all that crap, that's all I hear is flesh, 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 flesh. That's all I hear. I don't hear no rayak at all. You concerned about the holy, you sitting up there in your sin and transgression, run around here talking about you the holy, and you just as unholy. I don't give a crap about that tainted serpent blood you got in you. Spiritual children of YAHSHUAH. That's why they don't understand. They think they know Mashiach, but they don't. Because Mashiach's reign, when he came down, was to tell us that we need to be circumcised our heart. You worrying about your flesh. You still want to worry about your pee-pee, your little wee-wee being circumcised when your heart is uncircumcised, wicked continually. You be right in the lake of fire with your little circumcised wee-wee, with your little shofar, your little staff, your beard, your white linen, all that, your meat tree, you be right there talking about, we the people of the book, and everybody else burning with you. Yeah, we the people of the book, but what's happening? Yeah. All right. No more distractions, guys. I got something to teach from the Most High tonight. And my thing seems to be downloading, so I don't know how long it's going to take, but praise Yah. Hopefully it can finish right when I need it to finish. All right. So let's get started. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I already introduced myself. This is Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. Shout out to Diana over on Facebook. Shout out to my Facebook people in New York City and stuff who will watch this later and come in and stuff. So now this is the 7th day of the Most High that he said we are to remember forever. We're not a Roman Catholicism church. We are not a Christian. We're not a religion. We are spiritual children of the Most High, consecrated to him in spirit and in truth. And we follow his law. In the book of Genesis, on the first 2 pages, before sin and iniquity, before the second world, before transgression, before the mark of the beast, 3:6 is Genesis 3:6, 3 score 6, sin, mark, beast, iniquity, lying, stealing, murder, killing, adultery, flesh and blood, and desiring, all of that. Before that was in this world, the Most High created us, and he created the animals, and he created this earth, and he created everything, and he said it was very good. That means set apart, holy, just the way he wanted it. His first law, his dominion. Before we changed it with our free will, our ancestors and their wicked selves, Adam and Hayavah, Adam and Eve. Now, on the 7th day, in that Genesis, when it was still very good, he rested. This is symbolic. This is what he wanted us to do. He rested on this day, and he said, this should be a day to be remembered forever. Okay? Yeah, I know I'm cutting up because they still messing with my the audio. It's probably gonna cut off. If I cut off, I'll be back. If they cut the whole thing off, because it has no reason to be. There it goes back. I don't know. I don't know what to do, guys. Maybe, like I said before, maybe I need to remember to try to hardwire. Let me try to do that. Not now, but let me write this. Hardwire my computer. What I mean by that is run an Ethernet cable straight, don't use wireless. So with that, they won't be able to interrupt ever. See, yeah, it's doing it again. So I don't know why. I haven't done it in a while. So when it gets right now, it got down to 1 bar. It's probably going to break up now. Now it's 2 bars, and then it'll go away. So I'm not sure if it's because I'm downloading this big file, but that should have nothing to do with Wi-Fi. It has nothing to do with Wi-Fi. I'm thinking foolishly. All right. So this is the 7th day that the Most High said to remember forever, keep it set apart and holy. It's the Sabbath, the Shabbat. So we come together on this day to as a family to give honor, praise, and worship to the Most High for his most holy of days. He called this day a holy day. Roman Catholicism will have you desecrate the day and have you partying and turning up, and then on Sunday, the sun worship day, they have that. They have you thinking that's the holy day. When it doesn't say that in the Bible, that ain't the 7th day. That's the first day, right or correct. So, all right. So, y'all let me know if it keeps breaking up where y'all can't hear me, because we have some really important. This is an important lesson tonight, and I see they're giving me 1 bar right now. I wish I could do it now, but I can't, because then it made all the way to my cable box in the living room and a bunch of other crap. I probably need a hoopla and extension to extend it to run all the way in here into. I'll figure it out, because we don't need this to happen anymore. All right, so let me put my invite so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Copy. All right. Control V. Enter. All right. So my brothers and sisters will be joining me on the screen. So have I been breaking up, guys? Because it's still a little 1 bar. This is really not okay. I want to stop my download, but it's a really important part of this lesson tonight. I probably, it's not the download. I keep thinking that. All right. So it's not the down. Sister Kelly Pepper. All right. Shalom, everyone else. Sorry if I didn't get to say your name as you came in the building. I didn't get to say your name. So, because everything I do is taken up. When I move something, mess with the bandwidth. Shalom, Taj Balaya, Yanapa, elders. All right. So let's get Diana say yes. That means it's, yep, Zayana say yes. So, I mean, every time it goes down to one bar, it's going to break up. Now it's full of bars. So now it's going to be crystal clear, but it's going to come back again. All right. And the thing that I'm downloading seems to be moving pretty decently. So let's do the best we can. I'll try to watch out for the one bar. And if I got to repeat something, I'll just repeat it. Oh, man, here it back. It come back again. I'll have to try to watch when it drops down to one bar. All right. Shalom, YAHSHUAH, Ahavaya, and family. Shalom. All right. So, and the comments won't scroll. Well, that sucks. That's going to mess me up. Can't post comments to some destinations. That's because you want to be an idiot juice. All right. So, let's go. Let's get started. Tonight's study. Let me see. Where's my thumbnail? Where's my thumbnail? There we go. So, which one? Why do I got two screenshots up? Well, this one. Let's just do this one. Share screen. Oh, moving slow. Window. Screenshot. Share. All right. I know it's probably breaking up. That's the, okay, now it's two bars. That's the thumbnail. So the thumbnail says, how did Black Jesus become pregnant? I put Black Jesus because I could have just put Jesus. And the reason why I put Jesus and now I get Messiah, because we be streaming live on people who don't know who the Messiah. They don't know who YAHSHUAH is. They don't know Hebrew. Some of them are so-called Black and they don't know they are actually Hebrews. They don't know that. So I put, when I be putting Jesus and stuff like that, I'm doing that so that everyone can understand. It's staying on one bar now. Okay, it's two bars. All right. So I do it so that, oh no, it's back to one bar. I don't know what's going on. Yasha, have I been breaking up? Oh, they slow too. Yeah, I could tell because they moving slow. All right. The last time.
It's weird on my screen. It looks like
Now it's
myself and Elder Taj
where's
Balaya
I
are
can
moving.
teach like this. Say that one more time. You breaking up now. I can't even hear you.
No, I was saying on my screen, it looks like Elder Taj Balaya and I are moving fine. It's just you breaking up.
Yeah, it's yeah, I can't even hear you. Let me. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go out and come back in. Yeah, it's definitely an attack. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna everyone at home, I'm very sorry. Let me see. What can I do? If I stop, let me stop sharing for a second. All right, now it's back. So, oh no, stop. Everyone at home, I'm gonna try to fix this. Y'all give me a sec. I'm gonna try to fix this. All right, everyone. Now I got everyone at home. I'm gonna try to fix this. Yeah, a second. I might have to stop the stream and restart all over again. And it's because my download is almost it's almost complete. Let's do it. So if I leave studio, no. How can I do it? How can I do it? How can I do it? Open another one. Let me try to open another instance of it and then see if that one has full access. So now it has full, but it's gonna happen again. Now I know it can hear me. But it's gonna, yep, there it goes. All right, so let's try this. Let me see something. This is so. It really gets bad. Y'all dealing is because when and they log in and it's all a mess. All right. All right, so I'm gonna keep talking because I don't want to be dead here because I don't know when I'm clear and when I'm not. Open up another instance of StreamYard, but it's moving so slow. It's moving so slow. It says, okay, so let me enter. Yes, that's taking a long time. So let me see. So for everyone at home, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure this out so we can kind of get started. All right, all right, so all right, I opened up another instance, but it's running so slow. Let's see. Yeah, because it's spinning, loading, spinning. All right. Okay. So let me enter the studio. Because if I stop it, because I don't got a code. So if I stop the live altogether, then that would probably be like ending the stream, I think. Well, let me do this. Let me leave. Let me leave and come back. I'm gonna leave and come back. So once it do it again. Let me see, it's not doing it. Yep, it did it. Leave studio.
House prayer, Unc. Oh, there we go. Shabaya Shalayam Hakyama. Can you read the house prayer? I know you got it on deck.
Yes, I have it. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep, fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping thing and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the Shemayim heaven. He has also established the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of YAHSHUAH, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah Yah.
Praise Yah.
All right, can y'all, let me close this. All right, I just, no, it didn't. All right, can y'all? I just shut that down for nothing. I knew it didn't work, but I was trying everything. Well, I just shut down my thing for nothing. I knew that wasn't going to work, but I was just trying everything. So the thing that I was exporting only had 15 minutes left. So I was supposed to teach the beginning of this teaching. And then by the time that finish exporting, I'll be at that point to bring it in. But hold on, I think it's staying. I think it's staying. It is. Well, that is what it was. But I don't understand it because that shouldn't. So maybe, I think I know what it, I know what it is. That's what it was. So what it is, guys, is, and I do need the hardwire in case I need, because I was exporting that big file, it was taking up so much processing power. So let's say my CPU is running at top. It was probably like very high overclocking at 100%. But StreamYard, because we're streaming, it needs a lot of bandwidth power too. So me downloading that file was conflicting with the bandwidth that StreamYard need. I'm looking at the internet bars and thinking it has nothing to do with the internet, but it's StreamYard needing its bandwidth, making it weak, making it so it was that. All right, so that's what it was. All right, so now we should, it is what it is. So I'm gonna have to do plan B when it comes to that part of the teaching. So that has something to do with the thumbnail. So all right, let's get started now. Now we should be all right. Yep, it's staying. All right, so let's get started. Thank you, guys, for praying over the study. I know we lost a lot of people because of it. So we were up in the 50s of people, and now we're down to 36. It just, it is what it is, right? That's why they wanted to attack. That's why they strive to attack it, to make the experience unpleasant for others, and then they'll just go away. All right, so I won't do that no more. All right, so present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, so this is the title and the thumbnail. What I was saying was, I put Jesus in the title because we're streaming out to the world and to others, right? People who just awaken and stuff. So they don't know who the Mashiach is. They don't know who YAHSHUAH is. They don't know the Hebrew dialects of the name. So, and then I put Black Jesus because I just didn't want to put regular Jesus. And I found an image of the Mashiach in the other countries in the world where they depict him as the true color that he was, that the Bible says. This actual image right here on the screen is actually a better depiction of the Messiah than most, because they actually gave him white hair, as the Bible says. The only thing, it don't look too woolly, but it would have been better if they would have gave him like a woolly afro type of thing. But at least they gave him white hair and very dark features, because the Bible says he was very dark skinned, burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace, his feet. So that's why this image. And now the title says how he became Aramaic. I wrote that because we're going to open an ancient book. That's why the title says something about a book from the 1680's explains something about how we became Afro-Asiatic. For a lot of so-called Black Americans, there was a time where we understood, we call this the Afro-Asiatic Black man. We understood that even before there was a thing called Africa, when they renamed this continent, before they did that, we knew that the original continent was, and that's just a English transliteration, it was called Asia, right? And, we go further back to Akibulan and Pangea before all of the lands got separated. But before there was an Africa, it was called Asia, in a transliterated word from the ancient languages spoken into the modern English version. It was called Asia. So we were known as Afro-Asiatic people, or Afra. So it wasn't Afro, like, when we got our fros. We were considered Afro-Asiatic people, us, because we were in the Asiatic land, that whole mass. So if you take the whole land mass of what they call Asia, and you take the whole land mass of what they call Africa, and you put it together, that was one land mass. It still is, because there's nothing separating it but them drawing a line on the map and calling this part one and calling this part another. It was one land. So we were in that land, which you would call Asia, all through it. And we were Afro-Asiatic people. There were a time when most of the earth were a darker race of people, were more melanated people. And they're spread throughout the landmass, the earth. And most of it, so even what we're calling Africa and what we're calling Middle East and what we're calling all this stuff, this was Asiatic land, Asiatic. So we were an Asiatic people. So we're going to show in the ancient book tonight where they reveal that our people were in what they call Asia, these Asian lands. And this is where they'll get the Afro-Asiatic people from. They called us that way. In ancient history, they called us that before they called anybody any African, because there was no such thing as that. All right. So, and so that's part of the title. And then I said how the Mashiach became Aramaic. because, you know, they, because of the curses and curses on other people, they don't want to receive the so-called black people. They want us to have no identity, right? No history, no, you know. That's why, you had the trolls come in here and be like, yeah, I want to be kings, but every book talks about our kingdoms, right? That's all we're talking about. In all these different lands, the kingdoms and the monarchies that we had all through the world, right? Everyone knows that, right? It's like you got the richest king almost in existence, Mansa Musa, right? From Mali in Africa, but we didn't have no kings. We weren't, right? So again, that's curses, right? So because of these curses on us and the other people, because when you speak against the children of the Most High, you will atone for that, meaning you will be held accountable for that. Most people don't realize it. They think they could just say and do whatever they want. It's coming back to you. Same thing with us, the so-called natural branch. The things you do to others and all that, you will atone for it. It will come back to you, right? That's why I'll be warning Brother Joseph with that, right? So now, the world, they want to be, he was Aramaic, because they want to make the Messiah, what they call Jesus, the Mashiach, they want to make him anything other than what you might consider a just regular black person, right? So they like, his skin was olive, but olives are black, and they are brown, dark brown. Unless you want to say a green olive, an unripe, like an olive, right? Olives are black. So yeah, he had olive skin. He was black. He had the original olive skin, the really dark black, because he was dark. The Bible says it as if it was burned in a furnace. Burn some brass or bronze and go look at it and tell me what color it turns. That's what he was. That's the description. Now, so they'll say, I don't care, he was green, right? They'll make him an alien. So they have this whole movement where they're making him Aramaic. The Messiah, what they call Jesus, was not Aramaic, but he spoke Aramaic. Now, we're going to show y'all tonight. Praise y'all, something's starting to come back. The numbers are going up a little bit. Welcome back, all who it was choppy before. I figured it out what was going on, and that won't happen again in any of our lives, because now I know. So the Aramaic, we're going to go there. Our ancestors spoke Aramaic because it's Shemitic. It's a Shemitic language from Shem. It's the Aramaic and the Phoenician and the Syriac, Assyrian and Assyrian. It's actually Assyrian and Syriac. So we're going to go there. We're going to break this down. So we're going to show y'all how Roman Catholicism and how the adversaries in the world got this thing to try to make the Messiah Aramaic when the Bible says he was a Hebrew. But he spoke Aramaic, and they all spoke Aramaic. It's for the Paleo Hebrew. And that's what they attacked. I was downloading, guys, some of the Hebrew for this part, and it was perfect. I had edited and did it all. It would have been really dope. But that's what they were attacking. And I only had 19 more minutes left, but we couldn't go forward with the study. So now I got to try to do it another way. I don't know how it's going to work, but whatever. Now I was trying to get it finished before we started the live, so we didn't have to go through that, but it is what it is. So now the Aramaic is our ancestors started speaking all of the languages of their captors. The same way us in America right now, the so-called black people, we speak a language called English. I ain't never been to England a day in my life, but we speak the captor's language. That's what happens when you take a people and you possess them into a slavery. You give them your identity, your language, your tongue, all of it. So our ancestors spoke the language of the captors with their captivities. So in the Assyrian captivity is when most of our ancestors started to speak this language, what they call Aramaic now. These languages, I'm going to show y'all, are so close to Hebrew that they're like, it's not even a what's the name curve, a learning curve. There's no learning curve. It's literally like just speaking Hebrew. But I'm gonna show y'all. Okay. Now, they accept any other color except what the scripture tells, even in their era telling us he was olive skinned. They are right. No one's walking around green color. Exactly, unless they Nephilim. That's what I say, Kayala. Kayala. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, they'll in their era, they do that all the time. In their era, or in their hatred, or in their sin or transgression, the truth is still revealed. All right. So now, I wanted to break down the thumbnail. Okay, the thumbnail. So now we're going to open the ancient book. We're going to open up nice and early. It's not too early. We're already an hour in. It's because of foolishness happened at the beginning of the study to try to mess it up and to take a lot of people away from the study. All right. So we're going to, where's my paper for my book? There we go. So the first book, we're going to the page 3. No, I'm doing, give me a second. Do I want to do how Mashiach became Aramaic? Yeah, let's just start there. That's the first. Let's go down the line. All right. So I'm going to open the book now. I need to make this smaller so I can see you guys and the chat. And then I'm going to make the book. Oh, I got to open. I'm glad I didn't open that. That would have really shut us down earlier. Open up my tab, my Windows with 1,000 tabs. Shut us down. Okay, open up my next Windows browser. Bang. Okay. Oh, do this. Bang. History. 40 tabs. I know y'all like 40 tabs. I'd be 140 tabs in some of my windows. Restore window. Hopefully this keeps us enough bandwidth to keep this lesson going. All right. So as they load, YAHSHUAH, we're about to start reading nice and early. So this was actually one lesson I was going to get right in early. I didn't know Brother Joseph was going to come and deter us a little bit. So I was going to get right in, welcome everybody to the Shabbat study, and then I was going to open the book and we was going to get started. So they wanted to attack it, and they did. But greater is he. All right, so now let me click this link. There we go. That's at that page. Let me see, is that the last page, the page I want? No, I want to go to 222. So, and then this one, 337. We're going to come back there, 337. 337, let me write that. 337. We're going to start there. Page. All right. Because I want to talk about, all right, Nebuchadnezzar. All right, so now I want to go to page 222. 222. So scroll up. Scroll up. Sorry, guys, I'll be sharing the screen in a minute so y'all can see. Let me get my page together. Then I'll share the screen. I'm gonna put the book on the screen. Oh, they got some fake pictures in here too. All right. All right. Give me a second. That's right. All right. So right there. Okay. All right. Receive sealed 12,000. Half the tribes. Tribe of Ephraim. Okay, we're getting there. 2. Where's that? Oh yeah, we're gonna read some of that. It says new or super points and running between through the give me 1 second. This is talking about, that's the part I was looking for when our ancestors was in the Caucasus Mountains. Our ancestors was everywhere. All right. All right. They keep showing these pictures of these mixed in people. 222. All right, let me go up some more. Sorry, guys. Let me 220. That's 256. What's this for 255? Why is it? Let me. There we go. That should go far. Come on. Come on, populate. You can catch up. We're at 191. Now we're close. 197. All right, 197. 2. I wish I could just type in 222. That would be beautiful, but it doesn't work like that. So we're going to, and I'm going to show y'all the book. We're going to share this ancient book with you guys. There we go, 222. All right. So let me make sure that's it. Doesn't look like it. I said page 222. That would suck if I did all that and that ain't it. Conjected palace. That doesn't look like it. Oh, because that says 244. Okay, so it's 222 down here. I got you. I got you. 220. That would have been easier to get there from there. 222. 1, 2. There we go. That would have been much easier. All right, so it's 201 in here. Page 222. That ain't it either. Are they really want to attack this lesson? Let me see, guys. All right, let me go over here. I could find it from here. I could find it from over here. It says page 222. Let's see if I click it, will it go there? Oh, that is it. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, that is it. All right. Okay. Let me scroll up. This is why maybe I wanted to go to 222. Because now you said something. All right. So Yasha, I'm gonna share the screen, guys. I was away from you guys for a while. Sorry for the way this lesson is going. All right, here we go. So now let me take that off the screen. I'm gonna share this ancient book. Scroll up. Present. Shalom Agyana. Share screen. And bang. Share. All right. That's the ancient book, the one primeval language traced experimentally through ancient inscriptions. All right, let me make that. So there we go. So it'll be bigger. 1854, but there's a letter in here from 1600s that we're going to get to in a second. All right, so this, let me see, this part of the book is talking about the Assyria, Babylonia, and Persia. See, for those who understand, these were the captivities that our ancestors, the so-called blacks, went into. Persia, captivity, enslaved. Babylon, enslaved. Assyria, enslaved. So we took on the languages of the enslavers. We spoke the original Hebrew. So our ancestors, now these countries are what you call the Levant region or Mesopotamic region. Now they call it. Nowadays they call it the Middle East, which makes no sense at all, right? They call it the Middle East. They call it Semitic Middle Eastern language. So they call Aramaic language, they say Semitic, Sem, S-E-M, right? Which is not biblical at all, because Shem or Sham was a person, one of Noah's sons, right? Who we descend from. So they call it a Semitic, not Shemitic, Middle Eastern language, when there was no such thing as Middle Eastern. I'm going to show y'all, as I break this down, I'm going to show y'all where it says it's Semitic and Middle Eastern, but the places that they're naming are literally African. They literally says Egyptian, but then says Semitic and Middle Eastern. So you're going to literally see the contradictions. When they rewrite history and remove the truth, they have to go to such extents to blot out the true history, that the things that they write make no liturgical, intelligible, common, scientifical, archaeological, or any, it makes no sense at all. But they don't care, because they need to, you keep telling a lie enough times over and over again, it becomes some people's truths. It'll become the truth in some people. Okay? So it's so ridiculous. Y'all gonna see it. I'm gonna show y'all as I break down this language stuff. This is how they try to make Mashiach, while they're trying to say he spoke Aramaic, because they don't want him to have anything to do with Hebrew, when he said he's a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah, from the line of David, Dayad, his earth parent bloodline. He's from the 4th tribe, right? The Mashiach. So he was a Hebrew, but they trying to make, he spoke Aramaic. Okay, he could have spoke Aramaic. he could have spoke Pig Latin. Did it make him a pig? Y'all hear that part? Right? You can speak Pig Latin. Are you a pig? Or is that just a language made up? Now, they all spoke Aramaic. I'm going to show y'all why in a second. And I'm going to show y'all that some of us that's in this awakening, that's Hebrew, the Israelites and Hebrews and stuff, you are actually speaking Aramaic, but you don't know it. You're speaking Phoenician, Aramaic, and all of it. This is where they get this YAHSHUAH stuff from. So you're going to have a little understanding. This is where Yahweh comes from. And YAHSHUAH. This is where that stuff comes from. That's Aramaic, Phoenicic, Syriac, Syria, Assyria, Persia, Babylonian, Phoenician, Sumerian, Akkadian, all of the neighboring, listen guys, Canaanite, Scotage, Canaanite lands. Okay, now we're going to go to the book. I want y'all, let me see. This, okay, so in this book, this is an ancient book of the primeval language going back. It's breaking down from the Hebrew, the Aramaic, the Phoenician, the Syriac, the Babylonian. It's showing in this book, they're trying to show the migration of the language, but going back to one primeval language, but the different ideations of that language over the lands. Okay? Now, this, it says right here, it starts to break down. It's talking about the Assyrian and stuff, right? So it says, from the words Rakan and Nard, we pass to a third term in the inscriptions of great, if not equal to, experimental value. The group of characters now in question read by my alphabet, Khan. See, we don't, I'm walking this down. Y'all let me walk it down. And the word Kana recurred in the inscriptions no fewer than 28 times. So they find in the ancient inscriptions, they had these cocking rolls, right? These rolls that were written in these walls, these scrolls, these tablets and stuff, right? Inscribed into the walls, right? Of our ancient languages. Because Aramaic is an ancient language, right? So it says, recurred in inscription no fewer than 28 times, whatever go down. It says, these characters which compose it were simple, clearly marked out among their fellows and of known forms, the common K, the Greek noon, none. So that's why when I'm going to show y'all, I was going to do it tonight, but they messed up. So I'm going to still try to find a way to put some of it up. I was going to break down some of the Hebrew tongue for y'all, the original, to show y'all the lesson I got coming out for y'all to learn the original Hebrew. But they got in this modern Hebrew, they got this noon, right? They talking about a noon, none, right? There is no noon in Hebrew. There's no vowel sound. So as you see, it says the Greek none plays sideways and the E reversed. All right, let me make it bigger on the screen. There we go. For those at home. There we go. All right. So let me scroll down. That's where I was at. It says the Greek none, noon, plays sideways in the E reverse. All right. So then they're just talking about the languages, trying to, and then we're going to go to this page. All right, here we go. YAHSHUAH. Let me make it a little smaller so I don't have to scroll over back and forth. There we go. YAHSHUAH, when you're ready. Page 200. The one primeval language traced experimentally through ancient inscriptions. This book. Whenever you're ready, YAHSHUAH.
Let the reader look only at the prisoners in the plate of the Behistan monument. He will there see them, not only, as already pointed out, with their necks yoked together by a single rope, as described by the term Karn or Karneen, but with their arms cruelly bonded behind at the wrists, so as painfully to express the double sense of torture and dislocation conveyed by the corresponding term kana.
Pause. All right. He said, let the reader look only at the prisoners. prisoners. Who you talking about, guys? Who was prisoners in the ancient lands? In Hindustan and Afghan and Babylon and Persia and Assyria. Who was the prisoners? It sure wasn't those converts over there in that land now. It sure wasn't them. You see? So this is our ancestors. Now we about to walk down how they got this Jesus was Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic. They want him to be anything but us, right? All right, so we're gonna let these, and remember, they're not pro black. They're trying to say he was they ain't even trying to act like he was black in this book. But we understand the slaves, enslaved, bondage, prisoners, all right, in these lands, right? So it says, let the reader look only at the prisoners in the plate of the Behistun monument. So this is where they try to whitewash history and remove the true history. The ancient Egyptians drew on the hieroglyphs and the walls and the temples and the pyramids, the Hebrews, with black skin, woolly hair, cornrows, dreadlocks, what they call dreadlocks, locks like on my hair, but they don't care that they drew. That's why this book says, let the reader, what does it say, guys? Look only at the prisoners in the plate. The plate, these be inscriptions. Our ancestors, the ancestors in antiquity, they would write the history and engrave it into the walls, plates, into the so that it can withstand the test of time. So it wouldn't be washed away with erosion and because if you just write it down on some type of parchment paper or some type of things, you go into a war, they can burn that up, you're going to lose it all. So that's why they would make reliefs, they would make plates, they would make monuments, they would make temples and inscriptions and put it in stone tablets and stuff, engraved in stone, and they would bury stuff under the ground. That's how we found the original Hebrew, well, the Paleo, and going back, because the Most High instructed people without them knowing to preserve this history. And the preserving of this history would be how we would connect the dots back. Because he said the original seed, us, our ancestor, the remnant of the ancestors from the original bloodline, the natural branch that was chosen from Abraham's seed, that their history would not get wiped out, because there will be a remnant, a small amount of them, that would repent and be his light, and that would usher in salvation for all of the righteous of the world at the end judgment, the day of Yah. They call it the day of the Lord in the Bible. All right. So now, this book says, let the reader look only. You see what he said? He said, don't look at the prisoners in the plate. Look, that's like him saying, let the reader look only at the hieroglyphs that the Egyptians wrote. Look at that Egyptian Nephilim holding those three Hebrews up by the dreadlocks coming out their head. Y'all know the pictures. I done showed it over and over again. I ain't about to find it and show it now. All right. Let them look at the prisoners on their knees with the woolly hair and the black face and the black skin. And some got the blonde woolly hair. Some got red woolly hair. Some got black woolly hair. Let them look at them beating them with the cornrows. Let them look at the Assyrian reliefs. Let them look at the what's the name? What's that called now? I'm thinking some doggone Enuma Elish. I got Billy Carson foolish self on my mind. What they call that? The Assyrian one. The Lakesh really. I forgot what it's called now. Somebody can write it in the what's the name? Where they walking and marching and blowing, and they all got cornrows braided back. He said, let the reader look only at the prisoners in the plate of the Behistun monument. These monuments where they dictated who the people were and what they looked like. All right? The true history. He said he will there see them, not only, as already pointed out in this book, with their necks yoked together by a single rope. Yeah, I mentioned the blonde. Yes, the Lakesh reliefs. Thank you, Naya. That's what I was thinking about. The Lakesh reliefs in the Assyrian captivity. He said, look only at the prisoners. Don't have nobody. This book is saying don't have nobody trying to tell you because they rewriting history and everything. Everything is written. All the accounts are written in the stone tablets and reliefs and monuments and relics in stone. He said, if you look, you'll see the prisoners, the Hebrews. That's what it is. You see the black people. Let's transliterate it for the people at the back of the room. You'll see these black people with their necks yoked together by a single rope. Ain't that literally the modern image? I can literally Google right now, slavery, images of slavery, right? And they'll show from the transatlantic slave trade with them marching them to the slave ship with our ancestors with a rope and tied to this person with a rope in front, tied to him with a rope in front, tied to him, and marching us in a line. You see, it's nothing new under the sun. This says, hold on, let me turn my volume down because I might start to get a little loud. Let me see where I'm at. Yeah, it's kind of loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. Yeah, everything is connected. Everything is connected. Hold on. Everything is connected. All right. That's good. So if I get too loud, let me go one more notch up. Come on, dude, move. Come on. Right there. All right. Right there. Right there. All right. Let me know if I got kind of loud. Right there. Let me know if I peak too much. So everything is connected. So it's nothing new under the sun. So this book is saying, now guys, this is talking back. They're talking in the 1600s. This is how, for everybody, y'all gonna have understanding, this is how this whole Jesus was Aramaic stuff comes about. All right? So he said, only look at the prisoners on this plate of Behistun monument. He said their necks are yoked together by one single rope, as described by the term karn or karnin. So what he's doing is he's going to be breaking down some of the Assyrian words, Aramaic words, Hebrew words, these ancient words, and how they change a little from the land. That's how we get the different dialects of the Hebrew as well. That's where you get YAHSHUAH and YAHSHUAH and YAHSHUAH, and that's where you get the different dialects. So he said they're described by this term karn or karning, but with their arms cruelly bound behind at the wrists. Okay? All right. So somebody came in as not your all right. Well, what we're gonna do, guys, if it is this Joseph Robinson and he wanna be a troll, well, he'll guys, he gonna answer to the Father. So the thing is, because mostly people won't spell their name the same way Nadia All spell it. You know what I mean? Because there's other Nadia Alls, but not like that because most people don't know the real original Hebrew. So no disrespect to nobody, but most people in Awakening have their names wrong. That's what we about to show y'all in this. So you have people who will say Nadia El, or they won't have Yah in there, be not Yah, right? They have Yisrael, they have Ben, right, for son. That's not Hebrew, it's Bon, right? They have, so it's no disrespect, but we all had to awaken, right? And we have to learn. So most people would not have this correct spelling of not Ya'al's name, because most people don't really have the correct Hebrew anyway in their name. They got a bunch of letters that are not Hebrew at all mixed in. So it's like a mixture, okay? But again, you know, we awaken to what we awaken to, right? It's a journey. All right. So yeah, so what I want to say is, if he comes in again as an adversary and messing with a teaching that the Most High wants to go out, you understand he will answer from that with the Most High. See, vengeance is the Most High. So we're in this Bible study, we're in this Shabbat study, honoring the Most High, trying to read ancient books and scripture and decipher history and replace the stolen his story with the truth, and we're not harming anyone. We're welcoming everyone's spirit in the truth. We're doing everything according to as the Most High says. So if someone comes adverse against that and they don't understand they're going against the Most High. So they think they come because they're so used to YouTube. So they think they could just do anything. You know how you go to another YouTube place and you could just do and say anything? They have no idea where they at. Right? And they want to be all we Israelite. Let him bring his little wicked serpent butt back here and keep playing all he want. Because he's the Most High. He going to answer to the Most High for it. So all right. So, y'all can kick them out as they come or whatever, but just Shalom Kayaliyah. But just understand. Hold on, let me mute you. You hot. There you go. All right, I'll mute yourself again. So they hold on, I'll do it for you. I'm gonna mute it, so just don't touch it. There you go. All right. So they don't let them distract. Because that's what the spirit of that dark spirit will want to distract. All right. Now, and just time them out forever. He will there see. Okay, so let me get back. That's what they want to do. See, they want to disrupt, because when I'm teaching, the spirit starts revealing things. I want you to understand this. It's not man's teaching. I'm doing my thing, but the spirit will start revealing things as I'm teaching and reading. You know what I mean? I didn't read it. I didn't pre-read this book. You know what I mean? I saw little pieces and all that. I'm reading it with y'all. So the revelations are in the Rayach in the moment. Shout out to brother Mike. Shout out to Sister Roberta and her husband Michael. All right. So now he says, let the reader only look at the prisoners, right? He says their necks are yoked together by a single rope, as described by the term karn or karnin, but with their arms very cruelly bound behind their backs at the wrists. So they're yoked together by a single rope by their neck, probably. And it says their neck, sorry. Their necks yoked together by a single rope. This is literally the transatlantic slave trade. You would think this is a modern book talking about what happened to our ancestors. And it says their arms cruelly. You see the cruelly part? Very cruel. Bound behind at their wrists, behind their backs. So as painful to express the double sense of torture and dislocation. The double sense. They're being tortured and dislocated. Do y'all understand? And that is conveyed by the corresponding term of kana, kane, and they got some thing over it. But kana in the Hebrew, that's what is that? Kana is a powerful word. Man, I can't think of it now, but it's a righteous word. So it's crazy how this kana or kana is a word that's conveying the torture and dislocation, being dislocated. It's probably a double entendre meaning, but I think the dislocation and the torture is they're being, because remember, they're bound by rope and they're being removed. They're in slavery. All right. So now, when you scroll down, Yasha, could you read, young elder? Oh, it's gonna be out. There we go.
I'll go back.
When we now recall to mind that the word Kareen recurs no less than 58 and its fellow Kana no less than 28 times in the inscriptions, while all the recurrences of both terms are continually reflected by the central picture, it is difficult to compute the amount of the substantive evidences presented to the mind by so enlarged a scale of coincidence and combination. It is not my intention to enter at length into the puerile contents of the Behistun inscriptions. To do so would be to try my readers' patience and to exhaust my own. I shall confine myself to a few select specimens, chosen not for any great value in the information or ideas, but for the greater prominence of the words. These specimens will be found at the close of the present topic. I have already intimated that the general subject of the Behistun inscriptions is twofold. One object being to celebrate the execution of the work, the other to celebrate the execution of the prisoners. This
All right, let me explain what he's saying a little bit. Explain what he's saying. He's talking about the work of this Behistun inscription, and he's trying to explain the language, how the language changed from kana to kernin to kana to kurin, but it still means the torture and the dislocation of the prisoners. And he's breaking down, because this is a language book. It's the one primeval language, what he's don't understand is the original Picto Alphabet. That's what I was going to bring out. That's why they attacked this lesson, guys, just so y'all know. They attacked the first half an hour of this lesson so much because I was downloading the original ancient Picto, which I'm going to start putting out. I already just started working on it. So after this study, I can download it and finish working on it. So I'll have the first lesson out. It'll be a video on our YouTube channel, so y'all can see the language and start understanding. So they attacked this lesson because what I was going to do is when I get to this part in the book, I was going to show y'all the original. I'm going to still do some of it, but I'm going to still try to see if I can still work around it and do what I got to do. But that's why they attacked the beginning of this lesson, because of how much power was coming out. So now what this writer is talking about, now y'all see the title of it. It says Assyria, Babylon, Babylonia, and Persia. These are our ancestors in these captivities, okay, and these slaveries. So he's talking about the inscriptions. He said, for me to break all this other stuff down and go to all this will exhaust me, will put me to exhaustion and exhaust the reader. You'll be reading all this babble, basically. I ain't got to do all that. He said, the inscriptions is like manifest itself. That's why he said, look at the prisoners. Look what's happened to them. Look at these black people. Look at them slave chains around their neck. Look at it. So look at the words that's describing what's happening to them and relate that to the words in the other original, in the Phoenician and the Babylonian. And you see, because he's intertwining how the one language start to get spread. Listen guys, how the Mashiach came to speak Aramaic. Oh yeah, we going there. How our ancestors came to speak the Persian tongue. How they came to speak Arabic. how they came to speak Assyriac, that's Aramaic. How they came to speak Syriac, that's where Aramaic come from. How they spoke the Babylonian tongue. Do y'all not understand? Jesus spoke Aramaic. How the Bible, here we go, was written in Aramaic. How the Torah was also written in Aramaic. Because our ancestors was enslaved by the Assyrians. Because Aramaic is Assyriac. We're going to go there, though. I'm going to show y'all. I'm walking it down. Okay? So, of course, they spoke these language. But he wasn't Aramaic. Of course, they was in the land that they call Afghanistan, Afghan. But he wasn't an Afghani. Of course, they were in Phoenicia. They were in these lands. And they spoke the language. Of course, it will be written in Greek, a lot of the New Testament, because they got enslaved by the Grecians. Y'all here? Come on, guys. Let's use some common sense and some education. The ancient books will break it down. They'll tell you. They wrote it. Of course, a lot of the New Testament was transliterated into the Greek. Of course, it went into the Latin because we was enslaved, and we were in Spain and Portugal. We were enslaved. Of course, it was rewritten in all these tongues, but it started from the original Hebrew and went to Phoenicia, Sumer, Acadia, all of these, and then the captivities. Our ancestors started taking on the other end. They always serving other gods and serving other people and wanting to be like, what about the Joneses? Moses said to Yah, like, what do I tell the people? They want to follow, they want a king. They don't want to hear your voice. They want a Saul, right? We want King Saul. Give us a king. The Most High said, I'm your king, right? In the symbolism of, if you're looking for someone to lead you and guide you, you're my children. No, we want a king like the Phoenicians. We want a king like Billy Carson. He got the Anunnaki. He got planet Plebes. He said they got spaceships that landed on Mars. And these little Anunnakis running around Nephilim. We want a king like the Canaanites, like the Mizrahites, like the other ites, the Jebusites, the Philistines. We want what the Joneses got. Y'all hear? This is how our ancestors took on all these languages. This is how this Jesus started to speak Aramaic. Well, they're going to speak it anyway because all the neighboring, y'all see in a second. This is going to be a thorough one. All right. And we got some stuff coming in this book. Let me get past this Jesus Aramaic and then we getting funky. Yeah. So y'all hold your horses, hold your seats. All right. Once we get past this Jesus speaking Aramaic stuff, it's going to get funky in this book. All right. So I need to break down what all that was. So he said, man, I ain't going into all these technicalities in the language and doing all this because it'll exhaust the reader, exhaust me, foolish. He said, it's all written. He said, look at the screen. He said, the subject of the Behistun inscriptions, that's these inscriptions, these plates that's drawing these prisoners, our ancestors, these black people with yokes around their neck and their hands behind their back. He said these inscriptions, he said the subject, the reason for these inscriptions, the definitions is twofold. One of the definitions was to celebrate the execution of the work, to celebrate the Babylonians, the Assyrians enslaving, this is the Assyrian captivity, enslaving our ancestors, the black people. One of the, when you're looking at the inscriptions on this Behistun and the writings and all the things it's depicting, he said the subject, the reason for it, one, is that they're celebrating their work. The enslaved, look what we did to them. what he's breaking down, guys, listen clearly. That's the same thing as why the Egyptians, Mitzrayim, Kemet, the commissions, Egypt, inscribed our ancestors on the hieroglyphs, on the temples, on the tombs, and the pyramids. They drew them torturing us. They drew them Nephilim holding the Hebrew men up by their head, and their dreadlocks coming out the top. They drew them on their knees. They drew the other ones in the Persian captivity. They drew them beating us. Remember, I showed y'all the other image. They drew them sticking a pipe and a knife in one of the Hebrews' head. See, that's what he's pointing out. He said the reason, the subject of these inscriptions is twofold. One is that they are documenting what they did, their work. Look what we did to these black people of the book. Look what we did to them. We beat them. We enslaved them. We put yokes of iron on their neck. We burned them. We tortured them. We clubbed them over the head. They were documenting. He said one of the reasons for it, they was documenting, celebrating the execution of their work. And then the other reason for it was to celebrate the execution of the prison. Y'all see this play of words? This is great, what they call that? Literary expose. This literary work is really dope because he got a lot of double entendres in this work. It's really dope. So he says the one was to celebrate the execution of their work, them executing, putting all this pain on our ancestors. And he said the other one is to celebrate the execution of the prisoners. Execution. It's a great literary way to write. All right. He says, Yasha, could you continue? This intimation. You muted, Yasha.
Okay, sorry. This intimation, I mean presently further. Sorry, this intimation, I mean presently further to open out. But before touching briefly with this view upon the contents of the inscriptions, I would indicate, in the hope of interesting the reader, a few more marked or leading words. Among these, the term Tokari is of repeated occurrence and remarkable significance.
All right, pause for a second. So if you see this script on the screen, and you see that looks like Arabic or Assyrian, right? ARAMAIC, Arabic type of script. And this one's probably some ancient Babylonian, Persian type of ancient script, all right? So he said among these that you're going to see is the term Takari in these inscriptions. Go ahead. He said it's repeated, they repeat it in different occurrences, and it has remarkable sign. It's very signifying, this Kari word. Okay? Continue, Yasha.
Its definition in Goliath, followed by Freytag, is Duxu perfectus. Sindorum lingua. In Richardson, it is simply a general, a leader. In the Behistun inscriptions, it obviously applies to the captive leaders brought in chains before the Persian king.
So hold on, so long. So he said he's defining this word Kari, and it's repeated. He says definition in this Goliath, I guess, language, followed by the Freytag, is duso perfectus. In Sindorum lingua, these other languages, in Richardson, it is simply means a general leader. In the Behistun inscriptions, where he's showing y'all what they writing and showing the prisoners, it means that it obviously applies to the captive leaders. So the leaders of our all right, just sorry guys, that's it. So that's it, guys. Because he keeps trying to make this stuff about him, and he needs to, I don't know why he's so obsessed with our channel, right? I guess he was sent from an adversary. There's like a million other channels on YouTube. Why are you here, bro? Like, so moderators, I wish they can ban it for life, but just keep banning it 24 hours. He's gonna make another account and come back. He's an adversary. I guess he's bored. He ain't got nothing to do or something. I don't know. There's other channels he can watch. There's other people live and everything. He just wants to keep. He's just obsessed with us. You know what I mean? So all right. So get him out of here. I don't want to see any comments from him anymore. It's just a distraction. All right. So, all right. So a general leader in the is it's a general leader, and so that's my thing. No, he don't want the truth. Masha Yavana. He wants to spit what he thinks he has the truth. Okay, so he's talking about he's spitting some truth. He ain't doing them but spitting foolish teachings from 8 years ago, right? Lack of scholarship, hate, trauma teaching, and he thinks his is the truth. And the point is, he came on here a week ago. Listen clearly, everyone worldwide, and he said that right after the eclipse on the Passover, Yah, the Most High, was coming, and he was going to usher all of us into the wilderness. Listen, Mashiach Yavana. So just be slow to speak when you don't know the full context. So he's a fool. That's foolish, right? And he actually went live on it, and I told him on that lesson, we don't do that here. This ain't a foolish house. We don't come here and just speak foolish things because you're going to look like the fool you are by making that statement. And I said, if it don't come to pass, then you're going to look like a fool. I said, but if it do come to pass, then guess what? I'll definitely be listening to you from now on. You get what I'm saying? Because that means you got some type of prophecy from them. But it was foolish. But instead, he don't care about taking accountability and seeing like, man, I need to sit down because I'm sitting here just spewing any stupid. He's an adversary. He is of his father, the devil. I don't care that he's a black natural branch. And you worshiping the same serpent that your ancestors. That's who got us into this slavery. Yeah, he angry. He's a serpent. So now he's gone, and he's going to be gone every time. So he don't want the truth. He want the adversary's truth. I know you are of your father. I don't care that you got black skin. And so what does that mean? What does that mean? Flesh. I don't care that you're in the flesh. Your flesh will be burning in the lake of fire with the rest of your other flesh. You the fleshly. You see, so that's what that is. He on that Israelite doctrine stuff, worshiping his flesh. All right, so now that was the last of his. He's going to come back because he has no life. So he's going to make a troll account and come back and try to he got no life. It's literally Friday night. I'm like, everybody got studies. Like you go watch a Benaiah Israel video or something. Teo Ministry, you got plenty. Got Dante. Go watch Dante. Dante got something for you. Yeah, you troll. All right, so so let's get to some real teaching. Okay, so let's get back to the book. All right, so y'all already know what to do. So I'm not gonna look, and just know when it's a troll, it's him coming back. He doesn't have a life. All right, so in this definition, okay, so it says in this word kari. And he broke down that language. It says, in this Behistun inscriptions, it applies to the captive leaders brought in chains before the Persian king. So this word, Kari, was our ancestors who went into this Persian slavery, And why? Because they were like Brother Joseph. See? You can't make this stuff up. They literally, the Most High said he will make them the head and not the tail, right? He will make them leaders and not captors. He will make them, but if they don't, what do you say? If they don't do according to what the Most High law told them, then they will do what? Go into captivity. So that's just Joseph. He them. He ain't none but our wicked ancestors. So in this word Kari, it's saying that the word Kari was applying to the leaders of these Israelites, because that's what they are, these Hebrews. The leaders that was in chains, those who were the elders, the leaders, those who were the kings of the tribes, or the what you call them, the mores, the teachers, the scribes, the leaders, those who so that word Kari was applied to the leaders brought in chains before the Persian king. It says the chief personage among those chiefs is the last distinguished from his companions in misfortune by his singular horn-shaped hat. Listen, Elder Taj Baliyah. In this book, they talk about, they put horn-shaped hats on their head. I'm like, wow. They would, so you're going to see some of these ancient books where they get these doggone fish hats that the Pope wear, these fish. Dagon is an ancient, Persian, Babylonian god. So they put a horn-shaped hat that looked like a rhinoceros horn. That looks like what they call that horse with that ancient horse.
Unicorn.
Right? They put that because these are Nephilim gods that these Canaanitish, see, they say nothing but these Nephilim, children of the serpent, fallen angel stuff. So they worship these other gods. So this is a horn-head god. So they say they put the the Grand Poobah from the Flintstones, Taj. So it says the chief personage among those chiefs, the chief person among those chiefs is the last distinguished from his companions. So the chief among the chiefs, they put a horn-shaped cap on him, thank you, to distinguish him from the other leaders. Okay? All right. Now, before we move to that, dunce hat. That's a good one. Yes, Shamaras. Yes. Yasha, I want you to read. We're gonna read because a lot of fruit be in these. I forgot what they call that at the bottom again. Now, I'm sorry, my brain is kind of slow. I don't have much rest.
Footnotes.
Yeah, who said that? Oh, they repeated what you. He repeated what you said. I was like, Yana, what you know about footnotes? Little Yana, yeah, footnote. All right. So Yasha, read this footnote.
It is very remarkable that this definition accurately tallies with the course and the conquest of Darius Hystaspes in India, which commenced and terminated with the invasion of Sindh and the Punjab. To wipe away the disgrace of this unfortunate enterprise, his unsuccessful of Scythia, we find the Persian monarch shortly after undertaking an expedition against India. In this, he was more successful and conquered a part of the Punjab, not, however, the whole country, as some modern writers erroneously represent. To reach the Punjab, a Persian invader was sure to pass from Mekran through Sindh. a route which strikingly illustrates the term Tokari, a Scindian title applied so often in these inscriptions to the prisoners who, taking the term in its restricted sense, would be Scindian chiefs or emirs. On other and stronger grounds, however, they appear to have been chiefly Armenians.
Pause. Bingo. I want y'all to see how these terms get put on people. So they was talking about the term of this Kari, right? And you see it's written in a different language, in Persian, in Babylonian, in Arabic. Well, yeah, that looks like an Arabic script because Arabic is later after Armenian. Arabic is later. We'll get there in a little while. All right. So it's broken down in Golius, the definition, and Freytag and Zdus and Sindurum Lingua, right? And he says, and in the Behestun, it applies to the captive leaders. So now in the footnote, it says it's remarkable that this definition actually tallies with the course and conquest of this Darius Histepes in India when he went to conquer India, which terminated with the invasion of Sindhi and the Punjab. To wipe away the disgrace of this unfortunate enterprise, his unsuccessful invasion of Scythia, right? The Scyths, we find the Persian monarch shortly after undertaking an expedition against India, the Persian Darius, King Darius, okay? All right? It says, in this he was more successful in overtaking India, and he conquered a part of the Punjab, right? Not, however, the whole country, as some modern writers erroneously represent. He said, to reach Punjab, a Persian invader was sure to pass from Mekran through Sindh, a route which strikingly illustrates the term Tokari. So it's the Persian, right, coming through with their language, but then when you come through with their language to mix with the language of the land that they're conquering, the definitions start to merge, guys. You create a new language. That's why you get so many dialects. So I want y'all to understand there's languages with hundreds of dialects, so diverse, so dispersed that one group that speak this language, that speak a dialect, can encounter another group that speaks Armenian and another dialect or Arabic, and their dialects will be so different that they won't even really be able to understand one another. It depends on how much the one that's meeting with the other person that speak the language, how much that one's language got mixed in with another language, like with captors. So this is how some of them, it changes and is written different. So what he's showing now, he's showing how this Persian dialect, Takari, mixed in because the Persian invaded the Punjab and then it mixed in. So he said and the Takari became a Scindian title applied. And it says, so often in these inscriptions to the prisoners who taken the term in its restricted sense, now they would be called, listen guys, Scindian chiefs. Where before they might be called Takari in the Persian. Now this dialect has mixed, and now they would be called Scindian chiefs or Amira. On another and stronger grounds, however, they appear to have been chiefly now Armenians. So you see, you literally just witnessed how a Persian and an Indian enslaved and mixing with the terms changed and became Armenian instead of Assyrian. So, because from the Scythian mix of the word amirs, A-M-I-R-S, and then mix that with the Persian, and they became Armenians. This is how these language and these people change and start to become a different land and name. That's why nowadays Babylon is called Iraq. And they're called what? Iraqians or whatever, right? Iran, right? Persia is called, right? You see? So Afghan is called, that's why Africa, why this part of Asia is now called Africa. That's why this part of Africa is now called the Middle East. You see? And they got these languages, these ancient languages that were already intermingled and intermixed through the traveling, dispersing, and slavery and the mixing. All right. So now y'all just seen how this became Armenian. It says these grounds will presently be given as we proceed further to know singly the contents of the inscriptions. The term Tokhari, however, may denote Tokharistan, the seat of the Tokhari of Vladimir in Turkestan. So now y'all just seen that the term Tokhari now is starting to take on another definition for another group of people and a land. So you're going to see how in the Hebrew, we did this with the Hebrew, our ancestors. We took the original Hebrew that we're going to teach y'all, we're going to learn the Abba, Gafar, Da, right? The Aleph Bayat became the Aleph Bat. The Alayaf, letter A, the first letter in our original Hebrew, Alayaf became the Aleph. The Bayat, the second letter, became the Bet. That ain't Hebrew, it ain't original. It's when we mix with Phoenician and Persian and Assyrian, and you get an Aramaic Hebrew. I'm going to show y'all. Yeah, the Yiddish came. That's a whole nother thing. Ayabayan, the Yiddish is way later, and that's when it was that's the one that's the most convoluted of it all, because it's a Germanic, Slavic mixture of way later. At least that has nothing to do with a Shemitic language. At least these languages that mixed with it were actually Shemitic. So yeah, but that Yiddish is the worst of them all. They don't even claim that that ain't even Shemitic. That's just that's like English. Just babble, mixed a whole bunch of mixed languages together. That's just babble. But yes, but you do have the right, that's the right terminology, how Yiddish came about. But no, because Yiddish came about, it was more methodic. They were more taking this, take that, and let's make it was more strategic and methodic. This, what happened with our ancestors in the ancient Shemitic stuff, what we read in, it wasn't more, and some of it probably was intentional, but it was more of it was just a thing happening, what would just naturally occur and happen as people mix and conquer people and enslave and take on likeness and take on. All right. So now y'all see how the Tokhari became Aramaic. You see it became Armenians. Then you see now it become the Tokhari of Vladimir in Turkestan, right? So now it become Turkish, okay? All right, so that was that footnote. So now we're going to go about, let's continue. I wanted to read that footnote because a lot be in the footnotes. It says the chief personage among those chiefs of this, that's the word of Kari, right? Kari, right? So when you, so you see it go from Karnin to Kana to Karnin, Kana, and Kari now, right? So then it says the chief persons, this is when the word Kari was to note that our ancestors, the leaders of our ancestors, when they went into change before the Persian king, and then they made some of them dunces, the last chiefs that bring up the rear, they put a dunce cap on them. They put a so what distinguished him from his others, the companions, is in misfortune. It was unfortunate. They put a singular horn-shaped hat on his head, a horn-shaped cap. I shouldn't have did that one. I think it's all right.
Page 202 at the top.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, go ahead, Yasha. And we getting somewhere, guys.
The eye and hand of the king, moreover, seems specially directed towards this figure, who is further distinguished from his fellow captives by a name or title evidently borrowed from the horn on his head, namely that of Kark, the rhinoceros. This word or title repeatedly recurs, and in near connection with it, another word curiously elucidative of the pointed cap and indicative of the country of the wearer. This word is Armenian.
Come on, hold on. Now, it says, now remember, this is the Persian enslaving us, our ancestors. And it says, those ones that was chosen out, the leaders among the leaders that was had the misfortune of the Persians putting that rhinoceros cap, pointed cap on their head. It says the eye and the hand of the king, moreover, seem specifically directed towards this figure, meaning the king was watching the one with the horn rhinoceros cap on, and this line of our ancestors enslaved by ropes on their neck and their hands shackled behind their wrists, the ones with the dunce cap on, with the rhinoceros cap, the king was watching them and the hand of the king. So he was doing stuff to them. So they had a misfortune. It was very misfortunate to be, it's like you're being targeted. So it says the eye and the hand of the Persian king, moreover, seems specifically directed towards the one with the dunce cap, who is further distinguished from his fellow captives by a name or title, evidently borrowed from the horn on his head. So they gave him a title. They probably named him some fallen angel god. And it says that name usually was that of Kark, or they called him the rhinoceros, or what they call that horse. What's the horse again? I need to write that down. With the thing on his
Unicorn.
head. Unicorn. I don't know why I made my daughter, she got rid of all her unicorns, Shemaiah. She was like, Daddy, this is a Nephilim. Shouldn't I get rid of all these unicorns? Because she had all them stuffed animals. I'm like, yeah, well, it's just toys. She said, no, I don't want no Nephilim toys. And she got rid of all her unicorn stuff. All her stuff. So ain't no Nephilim in here. For real. I'm like, but I don't know. I left it up to her because little dinosaurs are Nephilim too. I'm like, you don't got to you can play with your little dinosaur toys, dinosaurs, right? So I'm like, but she was like, I don't want it. It's Nephilim. I don't want these, because she used to like unicorns. We give the kids, we let them do unicorn themed birthday parties and stuff. You have no idea that we cursing kids, pronouncing Nephilim over these children and stuff. But she got rid of all of it. She like, I don't want no Nephilim, no unicorns, and at least not the unicorns. So yeah, she got rid of all that. She threw it all out. So, and she was young. She was only like 6 years old. 6 years old. But I had her in the word of the Most High. I really, she just loved Yah. She was lawful. She used to try to I used to call her the Torah police. She used to try to check me. I'm like, girl. All right. So now, So they put a horn on his head, right? And so they gave him a title. They was Kark, and that means the rhinoceros. Go ahead, Yasha. This word or title.
This word or title repeatedly recurs, and in near connection with it, another word, curiously elucidative of the pointed cap and indicative of the country of the wearer. This word is Armenian. Remembering that Sir R.K. Porter and others, judging by their countenances, had pronounced these prisoners to be Jews.
Yahudians.
Jeez.
Y'all hear? Listen clearly. Remembering that Sir R.K. Porter and the others, judging by their countenances, their looks, their ways, their actions, their deeds, their countenance, they pronounced these prisoners to be from the tribe of Judah. See, yeah, they're using that modern word. They weren't no ooish. This is the tribe of Judah, Yahudians. Okay? It says, immediately upon meeting again and again in the inscription, the word answering to Armenian. Hence my title, how they tried to make Jesus now Armenian. He spoke Aramaic. He was Middle Eastern. He was Armenian. Worse than that, he was Christian. Well, nobody says that, but that's why Christians are the most foolish of them all. No disrespect to those still following that bastard religion, that man-made Roman concocted religion. That's the most ridiculous of them. I'd rather be like he was Aramaic. At least that's the Shemitic stuff. At least that's ancient. That's ancient land stuff. This Christian stuff, that came about. Like, what? So, again, look what it said. It says they pronounced these prisoners were actually Yahudans, tribe of Judah. Immediately upon meeting again and again in the inscriptions, the word answering to Armenian. Okay? So now they're being called by what word could I look? What the enslaver and what the mixing and dialects started to be called. Okay, it says, pronounce these prisoners to be Yahudian, Yads. So when you see Jews in the Hebrew, that means Yads, short for Yahudians, the tribe of Judah, from Yarashalam, the fourth son. So there's no J in Hebrew, and there's no oohs. That's ain't even Hebrew. It's Yads. That's what that says. Pronounce these prisoners to be Yads. Immediately upon meeting again and again in the inscriptions, the word answering to Armenian, I asked a friend who had traveled much in the East, without mentioning my object. He ain't mentioned what I was trying to get at. What was the character of the Armenian continents? He said, what was the character of these, which y'all calling Armenians? See, listen, guys. What was the character of these Armenians? What's their continents? What do they look like? What do they do? And his friend who traveled in the East, he answered, decidedly Yahudian. So ain't no wish. This is a later. Remember, this book is written in the 1800s. But we're going to read a letter from the 1680s. I think that's where that inscription stuff, the what's the name inscription. All right. So now listen, he asked him, because he said he asked a friend who traveled much in the East, he's doing the history, the one primeval language tracing, and he's like, these are actually the tribe of Judah, but they're calling them Armenians. Let's go. That's where they get this crap from, Taj Baliyah. Talking about he's some Armenian. Yeah, he spoke Aramaic because all the language, y'all going to see in a minute. It's actually Hebrew Aramaic. Y'all going to see in a second. I'm going to show y'all. Yeah, I came with receipts, Taj. We ain't playing. So, this is where they get to him. He's some Armenian. He a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. Ya'ada. Yahadayan. Shaya'al, Paul is from the tribe of Benjamin. Masha, Moses, from the tribe of Levi. Missas. All right? He was no Armenian. Now listen. Listen, no disrespect to nobody that's Armenian. Y'all probably finding out where y'all history come from. Okay? Come from Assyrian. That's where it comes from. All right? And then mixed in. Y'all just, all right, so anyway, let's go. It says, he asked a friend who traveled, because he wanted to see, like, what do they say? Like, what are the people who went amongst the people? What are people who traveled through this east, right? Northeast Africa, because that's what this is. So that's where they get this Middle East crap from, guys. He's talking about the east. That's the Northeast, East Africa. That's what that was called back then, okay? East, all right? He says, he asked a friend who traveled much through the East Africa. Without mentioning he ain't trying to give him no clue of what he was looking for. He said, what's the character of these Armenians and their continents? And the dude answered, decidedly, Yahudim. They're the tribe of Judah. And he said, me satisfied with my inquiry, and it settled my conviction. I could no longer doubt that the horn-capped chief and the more Yahudim featured, at least of his fellow captives, were Armenians. So our ancestors started to be called Armenian. Now y'all learning how this Jew Jesus was Armenian and spoke Aramaic. Yeah, he spoke Aramaic. That's Assyrian. They were right there. We're going to get there in a second. But this is where they get to trying to claim him as another nationality of people. All right? Now it says, as the term Turkse, answering to Turks, or Turkomans, also occurred in the inscriptions. It followed that those among the prisoners who were not called Armenians were actually called Turkomans or Turks or Turkestans that come from that Tokhari. So now some of our ancestors were called Turks. Some of them became Turks. Some of them became Babylonians. Some of them became Persians. Some of them became Greeks. Some of them became Romans. Some of them became Indians. Some of them became Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asians, depending on the land where they went to. Some of them became American. You heard? You heard? Some of them, when they got to this captivity, became American. Some of them became Jamaican. From the Caribbean. Some of them became Haitian. Some of them became Grenadian, and some of them became Spanish. Oh, come on now, y'all. Some of them became European. Here we go. Some of them became Irish. Some of them became Welsh. Some of them became Dutch. Some of them became Britain. Yeah, some of them became Romans. Come on, YA. Y'all hear? And what do the scriptures say? They'll be dispersed to the four corners of the planet Earth. Some of them became Australian. Some of them became, New Zealand. Some of them became, y'all hear? You're learning who you are. You learn, that's why I titled it Black Jesus. Because I'm tying in who these people are. with the, what they say, with the rope around their necks in slavery, rope to one another, with the hand behind their back. They called them the people of the book before they started calling Armenians, Afghans. Y'all gonna see in the other book, it's gonna say, gonna call them Afghans, and then they're gonna call them Hindustans, and they went to, as they go through, they call them Portuguese, they call them Spaniards, they call them Africans. Here we go, let's go, Unc. Let's go, y'all. They start to call them African. So you'll have a Havaya on the screen, and she'll say, I'm Ghanaian, Unc. My people from Ghana. They'll start to call them Ghanaian. They start to call them a Nigerian. They'll start to call them, see? But this goes further back than all these land identities. These are the 12 tribes that they say they were lost. They ain't never been lost. When that lost, it ain't lost physically, it's lost spiritually. Come on, Father. Come on, y'all, teach this word, y'all. When that talks about I come from the house of the lost sheep, when Mashiach said for the lost sheep of the house of YAHSHUAH, they was never lost physically. Y'all know where his children are. He dispersed them. He know exactly where they are at all times and what they're doing. They got lost spiritually. Spiritually dead. Spiritually lost. That's why the brother Joseph, he want to keep coming here with this physical crap. That's why I say you need to sit down and shut up. Go take that lack of election, that physical teaching to another foolish YouTube channel that the Most High ain't called them to teach. You're in the royal priesthood. This is a consecrated ministry in this channel here. It's the house of Yah. Take your shoes off or be gone. Sit down and show some respect to where you at. Your unclean temple. You come here with your unclean teaching, your unclean thoughts, your unclean, you probably got a belly full of flesh and dying flesh crying out from your belly. And you want to come here and spew some hatred of fleshly doctrine. Mashiach went to the lost sheep of YAHSHUAH, spiritual lost sheep. They were never lost physically. He know where they at. Shayah, Paul went to find them because they were spiritual YAHSHUAH lost. Come here to learn. If you have some election to teach, then come here, I'll receive. But don't come here spewing no foolish stuff you picked up off of Instagram last year. 6 months ago. Sit down and shut up. I had to shut up for 5 years from 2018. Well, it's 2016 to 2021 before he told me now, release the ministry. I had to sit down and shut up. So I ain't speaking what I don't do, what I haven't done. It's called the wilderness, everyone. The Most High, when he call you, you're going to sit down and shut up first. That's what's wrong with YouTube and these ministries, all these Israelites. And they ain't never sat down and shut up. They heard some crap. They heard some, not crap, pardon my language. They heard some teaching off YouTube. And hey, they learned a couple of words. And hey, let me start a YouTube channel. And they become teachers. Ask them what their time of silence. Ask them their time of wilderness. They can't tell you none. Because that ain't Yah leading it. They're leading from the flesh. That's why it's so in error. That's why Joseph come here spitting this foolishness. Instead of sitting down and listening, he don't know where he at. He think he's on YouTube. He think he just anywhere. You're in the house of Yah. Sit down and shut up unless you got something constructive, unless you got something righteous, unless you got something to add on from the Most High. Don't come adding flesh in here. Unless you just, it's not that you need to not speak. You need to do more of asking questions. You need to more ask so you can receive. But you can always add in, I received from a baby. Come here and teach me something, praise Yah. Because you have Rayak that'll speak through you. Yeah, something fruitful. That's what word I'm looking for, Yadon. something to bear good fruit, not spewing bad death. You come here spewing dead things because that's what's in your belly and in your heart. Death is in your temple. You see, you come to a righteous, convocated, spiritual house of Yah. We ain't saying that we better than nobody. We come to serve and not be served. I'm teaching for hours. You see? And it's free for everyone. Praise y'all for anybody that donate, but it's free. I didn't start this off asking y'all to, I didn't hand a basket out and put your money in. I didn't say nothing. I just came on teaching. I'm going to leave out teaching. Uh-oh, what happened? Something happened. Okay. Yes. I'll take over, and then when I need her to help out. The young elder is really exhausted. He didn't work probably 13, 14 hours today. He's exhausted. So I wanted to get started early, but praise y'all. I got this. I got it. YAHSHUAH, thank you for your help so far. I got it. And whatever, if I get my mouth get too tired, I'll have Hakiyama to help me to read. All right. But a lot of this stuff is hard to read with all this broken stuff. But I got it. So thank you, young elder. Praise Yah. All right. Get you some rest, King. All right. Now, so as y'all see on the screen, this is how our ancestors came to be called. Hold on, let me come back to y'all comments. Came to be called Armenians and Turks. Okay? Yeah, Turks and as Delaris Shah, as young Dylan said, Turks and Caicos. You heard? All right. Now, it says, according to the theoretical decipherments and translations of Colonel Rawlinson, we have seen these Behistun inscriptions record the autobiography of the Persian King Darius, Histopes, who is himself represented in the centerpiece in the act of sacrificing his rebel satraps to his god, Ormuzd, who appears seated above in a car of sunbeams in the air, Persian god of Ormuzd, or Thor. These ain't nothing but Baal. They all go back. Nimrod, Baal, all these different names for these gods. This one is seated above in a car of sunbeams in the air. This Persian deity bears in the left hand a circle or ring, being, according to the same authority, a figure of the zodiac, astrological, and emblematical. It follows of supreme rule over the heavenly bodies. The action of the unpraised right hand is unnoted. The experimental decipherment of this monument yields very different and far more homely results. Ormuzd, this god, is the stone mason. Masonic god, masons. His carved sunbeams are the mason's crate. And the zodiac in his left hand is the rhizome cupientes tener nesquemis, a tambourine or symbol, the symbol upon which he is beating with his right hand and accompanying it to his voice, which commemorate the completion of his great work, his weak work. We rebuke these gods. He is singing vociferously the burden of the song forming the contents of the inscriptions. So they got a god Ormuzd beating a tambourine symbol, got a circle in one hand, and he's singing a song which is forming the contents of the inscriptions of our ancestors, now called Armenian Turks. Listen, guys, with ropes around their neck in this Persian, that God is singing a song. of worship. It is there stated, among many other details, that he worked by the moonlight and was elevated by wine, drinking, wines and spirits, this guys. Worked by the moon. That's why we don't follow just the moon. The moon is for seasons, seasonally. We follow the sun, which guides the moon and the stars. Yeah, it's fallen angel God. It's God, worked by the moonlight and elevated by wine. It got his elevation by drinking wines and spirits. This is probably the God that's over your liquor stores. It says, upon the latter circumstance, so characteristic of the Persians, an acute critic observed that the figure carried its own evidence, this guy, that the whole countenance and action was palpably that of an inebriated reveler, a drunk singer. Wow. This is the God of drunk singing. So when y'all see somebody drunk in the club singing the song, you see, that's this God Ormun, this Persian God. Okay, these fallen angels. That's why I say you don't know what spirit be over these people. And they don't know. The subject of record I observe is twofold. The song that he's singing or ballad, for such unequivocally as it appears from its endless repetitions, so they repeat this song over and over again, it alternates throughout between celebration of the work of them enslaving our ancestors, the Yahudians, and of the manner of its execution. So the song, the way that they did it, and it details concerning the capture of our ancestors, the condemnation of our ancestors, and the punishment of our ancestors in this song while they're drinking it, while they're singing a song, drinking, karaoke, drunk, singing. Come on, good word, guys, right? Whose fate is to be shot to death. Ooh, our ancestors. Whose fate is to be shot to death with arrows, one after the other, by the bodyguardsmen standing behind the king. The first victim, mistaken by Porter as though in the act of craving mercy, has been already immolated. The king tramples upon his prostrate body. His legs move convulsively in the air, and his hands appear to be employed, not imploring mercy. I think it's showing that their ancestors weren't begging them for mercy. They ain't want to appear weak, I guess. It says the royal figure tramples on a prostrate foe, not one that is slain, but one who is captive. So he's alive. This person not lying outstretched and motionless, but extending his arms in supplication. He must have been a king. Oh, so he was sending his arms out to Yah, supplicating as the king trampled him with his horse and stuff, probably. For on none below that dignity with the haughty foot of an Eastern monarch ascend to tread. That's from this Porter, volume 2, page 160's Ancient Books. In explaining the action of the arms in the fallen captive, the author have overlooked the corresponding action of his legs. These could not be kicked up in supplication, and they show irrefragably the whole action of the limbs to be convulsive, including the convulsive effort to extract the arrow, trying to pull out the arrow. Yeah, he was in the high stance, Yak Dylan. All right, so we're gonna go through this another time. I want to get to another part of the book. I don't know, this is kind of good though. We learning a little about ancestors. Let's read it just a little more. But in the death struggle to extract the arrow buried inside of his lungs, and concealed between his arms, this alone makes the action either of the king or of the fallen figure intelligible. Neither attitude is that of one craving or denying mercy. The archer behind, it will be noticed, holds his bow and parted forefinger and thumb as if after a discharge. They're talking about this thing, this figure that they see. The figure nearest the fallen man, this is inscribed in this plate. The figure nearest the fallen man and the next to suffer makes a desperate effort to disengage his hands from their bonds, while those behind him look as though appalled at their coming fate. This is what happened to our ancestors. One alone has an attitude and action differing from all his fellows. It is the last figure, the rhinoceros, or the horn-capped Armenian chief. Here we go. Now y'all see they calling them Armenian. This is how history is changed. This is how they change, they rewrite history. They started off by being what? Yahudian. Now, he showed how the process to now they're called Armenian. And from now on in the book, he's calling them what? Armenian. But they were never Armenian. This is how our Bible got written in Greek, got written in Latin, got written in Aramaic, got written in. This is how our people got these identities put on them. How we became Caribbean, Bahamadan, Jamaican, American, African American. Wasn't that fast, Larry, y'all? That was fast. Now all of a sudden they Armenian now. You see? Hence my title, How Black Jesus Became Armenian. Hellenistic. Yes, now y'all. Yeah, how we became black. Now we black. See? We're not the Hebrews no more. This is how. Roberta says, so they shot our ancestors up with arrows for sport after possibly the shooter of the arrows was drunk. Yes, you said it totally correct. To their god or their Persian god, this Or god. Probably where Thor get his from. So that's the Thor's day is Thursday, I think, if I'm correct. Taj Bali, y'all know that one. This is where we get these names of the days, these gods. This is all fallen angel. It says, against this most conspicuous of his prisoners, the wrath of the great king seems specially directed against the one with the horn cap. They call now Armenians. That was fast. He seems to fix his eye on him to reproach and snap his fingers at him in scorn. The Armenians, see? Y'all see this? Now they Armenian from, y'all see it? This is literally, I can't show you no better instance of how they rewrite history. It's literally rewritten that quick. Now they Armenians. Yeah, Thursday is Thursday. Thank you. I thought so. Now they Armenians. That quick. The Armenian, on the other hand, may be seen to stand fast and instead of moving on with his fellow captives to strain his neck against the rope until it drags him from the perpendicular to the point that he is strangulated, the point of strangulation. We don't hear what we're learning now tonight, guys, is what happened to our ancestors in the Persian captivity. So now, Taj Bella, y'all, we finding out, Elder, that in the Persian captivity, they became Armenian. You would think they would have became Persian. They became Armenians. They labeled them. So what do you think happened when those who got out of it and then the Persian king sent some of them to other lands? They speak Persian, Armenian. They speak Turkish, Persian, Armenian. And I'm going to show y'all in a second. Right? I'm going to show y'all right now. All right? So to the point of strangulation. All right. So we'll come back to this. Because this is good stuff. Where we left off. What page is this? Page 205. Laria and somebody, could y'all write down? We left off on page 205 about, write this, Laria, Zayana, Hakya, anybody who wants to record this for me. Write this, right? The one primeval language, page 205, then write our ancestors became Armenian. Yeah, everybody but the children of Yah. That's why at the end we now to be called the children of Yah. That's why I said all that identity, fleshly crap, we coming back to the Father now. I don't care. I ain't American. I ain't African American. I ain't black. I ain't this. I ain't Romanian. I ain't Turkish. I ain't no land. I'm a child of the Most High now because I'm spiritually his child. Now, yeah, I'm still the children of YAHSHUAH from flesh identity. I can't replace that. I'm born from the seed of Abraham. I'm born from the seed of Jacob. But I'm circumcised now as a spiritual child of the Most High. It's above the flesh now. It transcends flesh. All right. So that's where we leaving off right there. So now y'all see they became Armenians now. Now they Armenian. All right, so now, let's do this. Let's go. Let me teach y'all. Let me show y'all something. Well, I'm teaching, so I can say that. I try to like to be humble. I don't try to make myself like I'm something special. But I do have a gift from the Most High. It's because of my obedience. Now, I'm going to show y'all. Let me go here. I'm going to show y'all how our ancestors became Armenian and how the title, how Black Jesus became Aramaic and how they spoke Aramaic. All right, Aramaic. Jesus spoke Aramaic. You know, they kill me with that, especially the Christians. Jesus spoke Aramaic. So, we all spoke Aramaic. What? We speak American. They speak English. And I ain't English. Well, some of our ancestors were because they went to Europe and took that land, but they ain't foundationally English. The Jacobites, the Black kings of Europe, but they ain't English. They took on these lands and became the land. Some of them were Dutch. They weren't Dutch. Some of them were Irish. They weren't Irish. They're actually still children of Yah. They actually come from the tribe, one of the 12 tribes. But they lost, they become the land. All right, so I think it's this one. This one. Then let me go back. Yeah, there is this one. Here we go. Let's get to the teaching. All right, let me show y'all something. Fire Marshal Bill. Where is it? That ain't it. Okay, so let me go back to that. I don't know how that. Well, I'm gonna leave that there because I'm gonna bring that out soon. So I'm gonna bring that out later. So let me just open up another one because that wasn't it. And I opened up too many. Okay, so let me go to. Oh, there you go. Open that. Open file location. There you go. Well, it must have just, because I titled it. I gave it a title. That's why. I'm like, why wasn't in? Okay, here we go. Let me show y'all something. So how I'm going to do this? Let's walk this down. This right here, I'm going to show y'all. Let's go. Come back to y'all. Hold on. Come back to y'all. Present. I had to stop sharing that. I'm going to come back. Share screen. Window. Bang. So here we go. How they made the Mashiach Aramaic. Let me make it big. Look at this script, guys, at home. This is Assyrian script. Let me show y'all something. Look, the Aleph, the Beth, the Gamal, the Dalath, the Hey, the Wah, the Zion, the Het. Look at the Hey. Y'all see that? The He, Hey. You see? And then they modern Assyrian. And then became the H. Ain't that paleo that we be talking about some Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, and got this Phoenician Ugaritic? Y'all see this Daleth? Ain't that like the Phoenician? Look at this Gamal. Look at that Bet. I'm going to show y'all. Look at that Aleph. This is Assyrian. This is the Assyrian alphabet, from their aleph to their tau, T-A-U, their shin and their resh. That ain't a person's head. Y'all see? Yeah, and this ain't paleo, Wyatt. This is Assyrian. That's why I want y'all to understand. Y'all looking, you so used to seeing the paleo, like, yeah, it look like a comb. This ain't the paleo Hebrew, guys. This is the Assyrian language now. And that's the modern under it. The modern Assyrian look like the Hebrew. Okay? This ain't paleo Hebrew. This is Syrian. I'm going to show y'all another one. I think I could go this way. There we go. Look. Look at this. Came receipts, Taj. Assyrian, Syriac, Aramaic letters. It comes from Assyrian. We just showed how in the Persian captivity that they named our ancestors became Armenians. So the Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Andre. So the Aramaic comes from the Assyrian, Syriac. Now these are the Assyrian that later become the Aramaic letters. Listen, guys. And then the Arabic came later from the Aramaean, the Arabic script. But I'm gonna teach y'all. So look, in the Assyrian letters, it was the Alap with a P. It was a beat. Gamal, Dalat, He, H-E-H, Wa. You see? The Zion, the Ket, the Tedet, T-D-E-T, the Yod. See, this with this old, these oohs, these eats, these eyes. That's why I told y'all guys that's not Hebrew. So for most of us who started to awaken and we start to take on the, like my name was Uncle YAHSHUAH. Later I had to learn that ooh, ain't Hebrew. That was later a convolution of the original Hebrew, and it became Phoenician, Assyriac, Syrian. It's when our ancestors started mixing with other gods and nations. So his name is not Yahuwah. His original name is Yah-Ayah. And then right after that, Yah-Awah. But that's really when the attribute of Mashiach came on with that Wah. But I'll do that. That's why I said when I was downloading at the beginning of this, I was going to break down the original Hebrew and show y'all. I'm going to still show y'all a little piece of it, right? But that's when they was attacking this lesson because I had some very important, powerful stuff to come out. So they already know. That's when the darkness starts to really ramp up, when I'm really going to start unveiling the truth. So that's why when y'all come, no disrespect, y'all here to learn. When y'all come and y'all got these Hebrew names, y'all might be, my name is Zadok, Zechariah ben Yisrael. I'm like, I praise y'all, we got to start somewhere. But I'm like, that's not Hebrew, brothers and sisters. That's actually convoluted. It's actually Persian, Aramaic, Phoenician, Hebrew. It's our ancestors who became Hellenic, who were mixing in, who are lost spiritually. So when you come to this house, you'll learn the original Hebrew. So sometimes if you got your name and your name might be Yahoseph, you'll hear me say YAHSHUAH, right? Because, but the reason why you'll hear me say my name when I start these stages now, I'll say I'm Uncle YAHSHUAH, also known as Uncle YAHSHUAH, because most people don't know the original Hebrew, but we're going to teach the original Hebrew. Okay. So you're going to, you will be learning. So eventually, as you start to grow, you'll see, I need to take this O out. I need to take this E out. It's not Ben, it's Bayan. You get this Ben, this B-E-N. That's this Phoenician, Syriac. These are these mixes from our enslavement. Same way we got English. You see? So their mem is actually mean. Their noon, see, that's where you get this nun and noon. See? N-O-O-N right here. So that's why in the Paleo and the other Hebrew, the modern, you see noon, N-U-N. That ain't Hebrew at all. See? The pay, the I. So look, the two tar and the tar alap. Sheen, resh. Okay? So now y'all see this is the Assyrian before the Armenian. And now after that, the Armenian. So now y'all seeing how even our language starts to change. Now they got all this, like you said, Yiddish and modern Hebrew and Paleo and all this Phoenician Ugaritic. I'm going to show y'all. So this ain't even Paleo. This is literally Assyrian. This is the Assyrian language. But you see how close. So imagine if you speak the original Hebrew, that means you can understand. Come on, guys. Now y'all getting it. Listen clearly. Now y'all want to know, how did Mashiach, the Messiah, speak Armenian? Because he spoke Hebrew. For those who know a little bit of Hebrew, look, Aleph, Beth, Gamel, Dalet, Hey. So if you know the Hebrew and someone comes speaking Armenian, you can understand. You actually can speak it. That what happened. Bingo. It ain't that difficult, but they have a lack of scholarship. They don't understand the right way to exegete. They don't understand in the ancients, the languages, the linguistics, you see, it's really that simple. Of course he spoke Aramaic. They all did because look, it's basically Hebrew. Okay? Hakama said like Daniel, when he deciphered the dream. So look, guys, that's the Aramaic. Now, all right, now I got some more for you. Hold on. I come bearing receipts. Here we go. So that was, y'all see the Aramaic, right? Now, this is the Phoenician. Oh, I could just go right from where I'm at. I can go right from where I'm at. This is the Phoenician. Nope, that's the Assyrian. I think it's the other way. Oh, that's the Paleo, our ancestors written on stone. There we go. This is the ancient Phoenician. Look, don't that look like the Armenian? Look, the Aleph, the Beth, B-E-T-H, the Gimel with an I now. The Daleth, ain't it still in? Look at the Daleth, Dalat in the Armenian. Almost a pyramid, right? The Hey, the He in Armenian look like that comb. Look at the Aleph, like a, I don't know, with a thing crossed through it. Now watch this. See? Look at this Aleph in the Phoenician. The Armenian, see? And look at the Daleth, straight pyramid. Look at the He, the Hey. Now, same. So that means if you spoke this Phoenician and you knew the Hebrew, that means you would speak the Aramaic too. Do y'all see? So they're making it like Jesus spoke Aramaic, but that was Phoenician. You have Billy Carson and his old fallen angel worship He come trying to make it the enumeration, the Phoenicians, but they stole it from it's called a Shemitic tongue, guys. These were all Shemitic tongues in the Levant region, what they call the land of Canaan. This is Canaanitish lands where the Most High gave our ancestors Hebrews to go into this lands. So now y'all see, yes, each lane. So as it that's why the Hebrew kept changing and you taking. So we sitting up here talking about some Yod, hey, Wav, hey, we got this and this on our shirts. I ain't putting it no more. I won't wear it no more because now I know it's Phoenician or Aramaic and everything. Now I still will wear my YAHSHUAH shirt because the U vowel sound later. I understand that the children still don't know his real original name. So I got to still speak the language for them. So I understand in the grace of the Most High is covering us. But when I know better, I teach. I teach the truth. Okay? So this Aleph and all that, that's not Hebrew at all. I'm about to show you. Hebrew will be Alayah. There's no F in no Hebrew. F sound. There's no Bet. This is Phoenician. There's no Gimel and no I. It's Phoenician, not Hebrew. So that's why some of you guys in your names, it's not even Hebrew that you're speaking. But understand, we have to start somewhere. So I'm not shaming anybody or anything. I'm teaching so that you can learn. I had to learn. I used to say Shabbat Shalom with a SHALOM. I did it for years. I didn't know no better. Shalom. Shalom, everyone. Thinking I'm speaking, but we had to start somewhere, right? We used to just say, what's good or what's up? I didn't even have but now I know it's Shalom or Shalayam when you put Yah in it, the Yad in it, because they took Yah out of everything. So Yah's name is in every one of these letters. It's the Alayah, it's the Bayat, it's the Gamayah, it's the Balayah. I'll teach y'all, it's coming, right? I'm gonna show some tonight. So don't feel, I'm not disrespecting you, and we all had to learn somewhere. You understand that? I had to learn. Okay? So we're just learning. All right? Praise Yah for stand out X for eternity. All right? So now this is the Phoenician. Most people will look at, now this is Paleo, Wayat. This is Paleo. This is where we got our paleo from, this Phoenician stuff. But this again ain't ours. Okay? So now, and look in the Phoenician, this Sadhe became a fish hook. This is where I taught y'all in the last lesson when they talk about some Jesus ate fish. Look at the noon. See that nun? That sounds noon, right? That's what y'all see in the Aramaic. And see it says fish. This Phoenician, in the Hebrew, the Nayan is the seed. It's the life. It has nothing to do with no fish. This is where they start to make Mashiach, talking about he ate fish. And then they got the Sadhe as a fish hook. A hook. When you hook a fish, you're killing the fish. That's death in the language. Our Hebrew letters are alive. They are life. So this is the Phoenician. These are fallen angel gods. That's why I said we didn't know. And as we didn't know, we really don't know that some of the stuff we're speaking is actually, but Yah's grace is covering us for our ignorance. But he have those who are circumcised who come to really teach the truth. And again, like I said, I'm not, shout out to Dorian in the building, Dorian Moore over on Facebook. I'm not teaching against. I'm teaching the children. I had to learn. I had to sit down and let the Father pour into me to remove. That's why he say empty the old wine skins, guys. When you empty, so you don't hold on. So the problem is people hold on, like the brother Joseph. He want to hold on to the point hold on to the flesh of the identity. We are the people of the book, and we are the chosen people, and everybody else going to be saved. You need to empty that dead wine. Yeah, you needed that to start to awaken, to give you some identity. Okay, we're the people of the book. Now we need to know, what does that mean? What did that encompass? What happened? What went wrong? And then you learn, you understand what we were supposed to be, what we're called. And then as you start to learn, you empty the old wine, the things that you picked up that was for you at that time in your awakening, your journey. This is a journey, and it's about enduring to the end. People get stuck. That's why people stuck in the book of Deuteronomy. They stuck in Leviticus. The Christians are stuck in Corinthians and Romans. Everybody's stuck. Nobody went back to Genesis, the first 2 pages, where the Most High was very good before sin and iniquity. You stuck in the flesh. Mashiach came to tell you, the Messiah came to tell you, get out of the flesh. Flesh and blood won't inherit the Most High's kingdom. Spiritual children. It ain't the church. It ain't no doggone Christianity. They lying to y'all too. Spiritual children of the Most High are those who consecrate their heart to the Most High spiritually. You die to the flesh every day. But Brother Joseph want to talk about the flesh. We Israel. Nobody can be Israel. You keep your flesh. I don't give a crap about being no Israel. I don't care about that. A leper can't change his spots. I can't change what they call this black, this melanin on my. I wouldn't change it, but I can't change it. They ain't getting me into the kingdom of Yah. That's how me worshiping the flesh. You got people worshiping melanin, worshiping the ancestors. You worshiping everything but the Father himself. That's how you become spiritual children of the Most High, dying to your flesh. But we had to awaken in the flesh first. So I understand, pardon me, guys, it's a journey. So I'm not knocking no one on the path, because I've been awakened for a long time now. And I sat silent for 5 years as the Most High pruned and emptied me and refilled. So I'm able to be spoken through as a vessel from the Most High. It don't make me greater than you, but I am an elder and I have an election. But so I come now to serve with what and I continually empty my wine. I'm continually learning. I'm learning every time I teach this. I didn't know this stuff in that book that I just broke down. We just broke down. Our ancestors became Armenians right in front of our face. I didn't read the book beforehand. I find what the Most High want me to teach. He say, teach this, and he bring me to it, and I start reading, be like, do this. I seen the language, and I seen Armenian. I'm like, okay, so you want me to teach this? Okay, I'm like, well, what could I do to title it, to make it interesting, to make people click? Because I know I got to play to people's interests. Because if I make it a boring title, nobody click, trying to get somebody to watch, because I got a word to teach. So I'm like, okay, how did Jesus become Armenian? The word, and I'm like, okay, that was it. Then I got the other pages. We got other stuff coming. We about to get that's why I said how they became Afro Asiatic in a second. You heard? All right? But this is the Hebrew. So now, this is Phoenician on the screen. Let me see, what's after this one? I got another one. There you go. Now this is the original Hebrew. Now, I know the pictographs that you see though, but the words are the Phoenician. So the ox head, this is the further original, right? So it's only 22 letters, but I'm gonna teach y'all the Hebrew later. Just don't worry about this, right? That's why you see the tar, you see the X and that. You see the two bayas, the beth, the house, right? You see the dalayaf, right? You see these images. You see the ha, the hey, right? The one with the look like a man with his hands up, and then the other one that looked like almost like a sperm. This the original ones. So what you're seeing is the original pictos, and then the later version of the picto. Okay? On the other side. Okay? So you see the ion, one has a pupil and the one without. Okay? So anyway, I'm going to be breaking the Hebrew down for y'all. Y'all will really understand it. Okay? Now, a lot of them, and even the Africans too, Kayaliya, even those from Africa, a lot of them can, they're told to write their citizenship as white, even from Africa. Anybody to bolster their numbers. Okay, so anyway, let me get back. So this is the Armenian. So that's why they talk about Jesus spoke Armenian. Duh. If you speak Hebrew, I understand this because I understand the Hebrew. I can understand Armenian if I look at the letters and I have to decipher between this later Phoenician. If it was just a regular original pictograph Hebrew, it would be easier because I see the olive head, the bayat, I see the gamayal, and I know what the meanings of them are. So I could put these letters together and I can understand it. Okay? So now y'all can see why he spoke Armenian. So now I'm going to do one further. I didn't even have to put that one up because I showed it in the other, because I had another image of the, all right, let me show y'all because that one's labeled. Let me do that for the people at home. Let me do that. It's right here. Well, I could have just went through the letters. Okay, so let me do that. Nah, because I got videos. Let me just open it. Wow, I got it. Okay, hold on. It's that one. This one. All right, so I got so many of these tabs open now, and we're about to get somewhere, guys. Let me stop share, stop screen, present, share screen, window. It's this one, share. So this one, this is the paleo. You see it at the top? Make it big for the people out. Paleo-Ugaritic script. This is the Phoenician. Look, it says Paleo-Hebrew. So for those who didn't understand, I used to think the paleo was our stuff too, right? The paleo, right? With this hay, right? See that hay? That little comb looking thing, right? I thought this was our stuff. I didn't know this was our wicked ancestors mixing in with the Phoenicians, and these were some fallen angel, like, so look, this is Paleo-Hebrew. This is the Ugaritic. And don't that look just like the Armenian? Look at the Aleph. Look at the Bet. Look at the Gimel. Look at the Hay. And look, they got that fish for noon. That's Paleo. They got that fish hook for Zadi. Yeah, we all did. I did too. That's why I got shirts made with the Yod Hey. I got it. I'm starting to take that down from everywhere that I got it, because now I know these are Babylonian, Phoenician, Persian. These are these gods and stuff. This stuff is wicked. This fish in there and this hook is going to kill this fish. It's actually death in this language. And the Hebrew language is alive. It ain't no death in our language. Okay? So this is the Paleo, Phoenician, Ugaritic. And it looks the same as the Assyrian. So they spoke, listen, this is where Billy Carson get his little lack of a scholarship, and he makes people think he's smart. But he's talking about the Numa Elish and the Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Ijidish and the Habarama. He say all this stuff and he talk all this crap and he's playing with these words. But if he came against me with a true scholar that knows the word, he couldn't stand with his little fallen angel God worship. I still respect it because he has the right to worship his fallen Anunnaki gods. But I know who the creator. See, he tells you, Billy Carson, that the Anunnakis didn't do the law of the creator. They was running from the creator, but he won't name who that creator is. See, they skirt around people who don't have the election, but he can't skirt around he can't skirt around me. None of them could. That's why nobody debates me. Nobody does nothing. They all leave me alone. Praise Yah. I ain't messing with nobody. I ain't puffing myself up, but I stand in spirit and in truth. I know how to rightly divide all of it, because I sat silent for years and years and years as the Most High poured in. Not me going looking at books and learning from, It's the difference. And I have the great revelator, the Rayak HaKadash. The Rayak HaKadash, not Ruach HaKodesh. That's Paleo-Phoenicic. but we didn't know. I used to say Ruach HaKodesh before I knew. Now I know Hebrew, Raya HaKadash, or Hebrew, original Hebrew script. But I'll teach y'all. It's coming. All right. Now, this is where these gods come in at. This Paleo Phoenician. So you'll have Billy Carson talking about the Hebrews, the Hebrew come from the Phoenician. Wrong. The Hebrews, yes, took on the Phoenician because we took on all the languages. Now, before there was even Hebrews. See, that's where Billy Carson be going, but most people don't have the election to understand. That's why they couldn't. Most people won't be able to stand against because he throw all these words and read all these ancient fable books. But that has no, guys, Sumeria is older than Hebrew. Yes, because Hebrew comes from Ever. That's Abraham's grandfather, right? Yeah. Yeah. No. All right. What I'm saying is I be careful speaking absolutes because it'll be easy for me to say that the Sumer was older than Eber, Abraham's grandfather, but you're still just going from what they writing in books. So I can't say it for sure. There's certain things that you really won't know until you make it home to the Father. Meaning, when you make it into the Most High's kingdom and you become spirit again, then you know all things, then you'll know if actually, but one thing I can tell you is ancient Sumeria, is not older than the original. It wouldn't have been called Hebrew. The original tongue that was spoken from Yah, that is Mashiach, when he said the word spoke things into existence, that language, that is Mashiach, the spoken word of the Father in creation, when he created us in the garden, very good, before sin and iniquity, first world, when he named Adam for the Anamah, the earth, the red, ruddy clay, right? What he spoke to Adam before Ahavayah was even created, Eve. He spoke to Adam as he walked with him in the cool of the day. He told him to name the animals. There was a language. Yeah, probably life itself. This language is the original, what we call in Hebrew. That's just for lack of better words. It's the God. We have it. So Adam drew the creation. So that's why it's an Aleph head, because Yah created the animals before he created us. That's why we ain't supposed to be killing them and eating them. Sorry. That is this paleo beneg, that fish hook. Mashiach ain't never killed a thing. He ain't no dead fish in his belly. The devil's a lie. He broke bread. They added that into the scripture. Understand? Now, this tongue, this language that the Most High spoke, this was the language that he took away when he confounded the tongues at the Tower of Babel for their sin and transgression. This tongue that Adam and Ahavayah spoke, and the animals spoke, because the animals spoke before. They didn't kill one another. They didn't eat flesh and blood. We didn't eat flesh and blood. We had a diet. Yah's original law. The original law. That's why I said stop stopping at Deuteronomy, Leviticus. The Bible is like this. Stop stopping here at Revelation, Corinthians, Romans. Don't even stop at Kings and Isaiah. Keep going to the garden. Go back to the original creation where it was very good. Yah's original law. That's how you getting home to his kingdom. Come back to Yah, not your identity. I don't care about Moses. I don't care. Now, I love my ancestors, Abraham and all, but I don't care. I'm the Most High. I'm his child. I don't even stop at Mashiach. Mashiach was the path, the Gamayal, the door to the Father. He ain't salvation. He's the pathway, the door to salvation. His job is to get us back to Yah. That's what I'll come to do. But people want to get upset at me. We can eat this Levitical dietary law said, you, the law of sin and death, killing, Mashiach came to say, no more atonement. Repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. I come to usher you, be the pathway back to Yah. Mashiach said to do that. Greater works than these. I'm fulfilling what Mashiach left off. We are to continue the path, the Gama Yah. Ain't no gimel. Look at this. Look at this. You see this gimel? Camel. That don't look like a camel or a path. I don't know where that path going. It look like it make a turn to the left. It's going to the left. We know the right, the right side of Yah. All right, I'm just playing with semantics there. But anyway, now, you're learning this ion in this Phoenician don't even got an eyeball. It's an empty eyeball, right? So this ain't of Yah. This ain't our tongue, okay? So now, y'all see the paleo. This is the paleo-Ugaritic. I showed you the Assyrian, all right? So now, let's get a little, and then we're going to move on, and we're going to close out. Let's get a little history of this Assyrian. Let me stop sharing. And we're going to get it from them. I ain't going to lean on my own. Where is it? Where's my tab? Oh, it's already open. I got so many tabs open. I can't even see. Okay, how do I? Oh, I know how to go there. Go here. There we go. It's already open. So make it smaller. And I'm teaching y'all how to the Mashiach, this is Syrian. Present, share screen. I could do it here. Share. Now this is online. This is their teaching y'all. It says, what is the difference between Aramaic and Arabic? The Aramaic versus the Arabic. Are Aramaic and Arabic the same language? It says, if you're confused, the difference between the two languages, you're not alone. Both are ancient languages. Listen, this is how they rewrite our history. I just showed y'all how our ancestors, they said they were Yahudians, and by two pages later, they were Armenians. No longer what they calling them. This is how they take our language. Listen, it says, both are ancient languages, Aramaic and Arabic. Many people have trouble telling them apart because both are spoken in the Middle East, and have similar pronunciations. However, Aramaic and Arabic are very different languages with vastly different sources. So y'all already just saw the source, how the Aramaic came about. It's from Assyrian. Y'all seen it. And uses. Here's an in-depth look at what sets the two apart. Here we go. The Arabic language. Most people in the world today think that Arabic is a single language. However, that is not entirely accurate. While there is a single standardized form of modern standard Arabic used in writing and media throughout the Arab world, there's only one form of the language. In reality, there are dozens of dialects spoken by Arabs in different regions, bunches of dialects. These dialects could be pretty different, to the point where speakers of two different dialects might not be able to understand each other if they were to speak without using the modern standard Arabic as a common ground. So they got a modern standard, and then they got their dialects from the different lands that mixing in. So they try to mix a modern standard so everybody can understand in one another. Okay? Now, all right. So now, look at this. It says, for example, the word bread in Moroccan Arabic will be pronounced kubs, while someone in Iraq might say kubs. There's also some notable lexical differences. For example, dog would typically be written with 3 letters in Morocco, but it will have 4 letters in Iraq. Now remember, they said this is a Middle Eastern language. Iraq is Babylon. Can someone tell me where Morocco is? I'll wait. Somebody write it, say it. I'll take my drink while y'all Somebody, we got some scholars in the house. Thank you, Laria. Exactly. Africa. Thank you, Diana. North Africa. Okay? That wasn't what I was looking for, Wyatt. I'm looking for Africa. It's in North Africa. But you see, they say Middle East. I'm going to show y'all how they steal history. All right, now listen. Because they said it's a Middle Eastern language. We're going to get there. Now, it says standard Arabic has been standardized for writing purposes and remains identical across the Arab world. All right, here we go. Now, Aramaic, they say. Look what they say. Aramaic is a Semitic language. See that? Ain't say, not Shem. Semitic. All right? Now, it's a Shemitic from Shem. It is. Because you just seen how it came about. One of the lingua franca of the Middle East. Look, it is a Canaanite language. Uh-oh. Let's go. See, you got to be able to grab the modern stuff and eat the fruit and spit out the pits and understand within themselves trying to steal, they still expose the truth. It is a Canaanite language. Listen clearly. Because these are the land of Canaan. That's why my sub-description, we're going to read something where our ancestors, tonight, I'm going to do this right after this, and we're going to close out. Our ancestors write a letter in the 1680s to our ancestors in the Canaanite lands. I'm going to show y'all. In Asia, how we became Afro Asiatic. Yeah, these teachings we about to start really getting some real good stuff coming out. I see where y'all is going. I got so much that it's just, he keep bringing more. So anyway, listen. They said Aramaic is a Canaanite language related to Hebrew and Phoenician. Did I just show y'all the Phoenician Paleo-Ugaritic script? I showed y'all it's okay, Larry, y'all. I'm supposed to stop, but thank you for letting me know. I showed y'all the Phoenician Paleo-Ugaritic script. I showed y'all the Armenian script. I showed y'all the Assyrian, which became the Syriac Armenian script early. I showed y'all that, and then, I didn't show y'all the Hebrew. Well, I had my lesson to really show y'all the Hebrew. Let me do that for the people at home. Let me do that for the people at home who really don't know what we teach at Mashiach Assembly. All right, so stop share, because I didn't show that. Share screen. Window. Uh-oh. I don't see you. Cancel. Oh, I didn't open them up. That's why. Where'd it go? Where you go? Where you go, buddy? I don't know where he go. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. I didn't open it up, and now it disappeared. Let me stretch this out. Give me 1 second. Oh, because it wasn't stretched out. Where are you? Where are you? Still don't see you. There you go. Let me double click it. There we go. Now it's open. Come back here. Bing. Oh, no, I got make this bigger. Why is it? Okay, make it bigger. There we go. And then present, share screen, window. Bang, bang. This is the original Hebrew. Not the modern, not the Paleo, not the Phoenician, not the Aramaic. This, that's the Aleph, the first letter, Aleph, Yah, the ox head. That's the Bayat, the house. That's the Gamayal. That's the Dalayat. That's the Hayah, right? So that's the Yad. So, I mean, no, that the Yod. I mean the Yad, the Vav, the Wav. The Wav. So that's the Zion. Okay, that's the Yad right there, the mighty arm. All right, so, and I'll be teaching y'all. So these are our original script. And when I showed y'all, this is me teaching our original script. All right, so I'll be teaching y'all that in the lessons, guys, right? But I need to show y'all because I want y'all to understand. Now, these are not the Paleo. Later, these letters, our ancestors started writing and reading that mixed Paleo. So this Aleph turned into some A-looking thing with a cross through it. And this Bayat turned into something that become an Aleph and a Bet and a Beat and all that. That's why I showed you the Phoenician, the Armenian, all that. So this is the Hebrew, the original one, right? Right? That's the Mayam, the Mem, that's the Nayan, the seed, okay? That's the Ayan. All right, now, so anyway, I'll teach y'all that later. All right, so now, that's the original Hebrew. So I want y'all to see that because I showed the other, right? So now let me go back to present, share screen. Now, this is telling you Aramaic it's a Semitic, it's a Shemitic language, right? Of the Middle East. They kill me with that. It is a Canaanite language related to Hebrew and Phoenician because that's where it comes from. Okay? So now, the Canaanite language, that's why I said this stuff is wicked, guys. Because the Canaanites are the fallen angels. They worship the fallen angels, these gods. It is a Canaanite language, the Phoenician, all of it. So our ancestors mixed in with these other gods and these Paleo and all these other Hebrew language, these letters are fallen angel stuff. It says in the 7th century AD, Aramaic stopped being the essential language in the Middle East. Here they go with the Middle East. Aramaic was the official language of the Persian Empire. We just read in the ancient book, what was that? Persia, the king. And it showed how the Aramaic became our ancestors, became Armenians because of the Persian captivity. Bang, now, here we go. It says Aramaic was the official language of the Persian Empire and was used as a liturgical language by the Yahudians. And it says, and the Christians, because that's later, after 7th century AD. Because back when the when our ancestors, the Yahudians, the tribe of Judah, was in the Persian captivity, wasn't no Christian. That was not existed yet. Later, now they talk about in the 7th century AD, it stopped being a central language. All right, so now it says the Arabic language began to replace the Aramaic in the 7th century. This is where you get the Arabic language, okay? Now it says, but Aramaic is still spoken by some people in Syria, Iraq, and Turkey. See, they use these modern names, but that's Babylon. And see, when we're going to start breaking down one study, these modern lands, and I'm going to show y'all where they really are: Persia, Assyria, Babylon, You can change the name, but the spirit, the gods over the land don't change. You understand? So it says, the languages are very similar and are part of the Indo-European language. See, now they didn't mix Europe in there now, Indo-European language. Modern Arabic evolved from Old Arabic, which you call Classical Arabic. However, they have different accents. All right, now listen. Here we go. This is where they do the hijack. Well, they've been hijacking, but watch the hijacking effect. It says Aramaic is a Semitic, that's part hijack, not Shem. I don't know who Sem is. Maybe it's Semi from Coming to America with Eddie Murphy. They done found Semi Arsenio Hall. I don't know what this Semitic is, right? It says Aramaic, I'm going to say it's a Shemitic language like Arabic, Hebrew, and Phoenician. They are Shemitic. It was once the lingua franca of the Middle East. There we go. Now listen. But today is mainly spoken in pockets throughout the region. There are three main dialects of Aramaic: Western Aramaic, Eastern Aramaic, and Mandaic. Arabic is also a Semitic language spoken throughout the Middle East. It is the official language of 26 countries and has over 422 million speakers. Unlike Aramaic, which has three main dialects, Arabic has many different dialects. Now listen. It says, listen to this hijack. So while both languages are Semitic and spoken in the Middle East, they are not mutually intelligible. There is no agreement on how many dialects exist for each language. For Arabic, some linguists say that there are 6 major ones: Moroccan, Algerian, Egyptian. All right, hold on. Hold on. It right here says both languages are Semitic and are spoken in the Middle East. Thank you, Brother Tyler, for the super sticker. I humbly appreciate it, young king. Thank you. It says, guys, it says both languages are Semitic and spoken in the Middle East. Now listen what it says. There are, for Arabic, some linguists say there are 6 major ones. Moroccan. Ain't that Africa? Is that the Middle East? No. Algerian. Algeria is Northeast Africa, guys. Just so y'all know. And Egypt. Northeast, Morocco is North Africa. Algeria is Northeast. Egypt is Northeast. The funny thing is, they said it's Middle East, but they name all Africa. I'm saying Africa for lack of better words. We know that's what it's called now. They name all African countries, but they say Middle East. Okay? So, the Levantine, that's the Levant region. And they put or Syrian. They put the Mesopotamian or Iraq. That's Babylon. That's Assyria. I told y'all, look, these are the captivities. Look, Levantine, Assyria, our ancestors' captivity. Mesopotamia, Babylon, our ancestors. Egypt, Mitzrayim, our ancestors. See, in them trying to steal, they literally expose. It's a Shemitic language spoken in what they call Africa. Not no Middle East, not no Semitic. Look, so it says Moroccan, Algerian, Egyptian, Levantine, Mesopotamian, and North African. So, Egypt ain't North Africa, Morocco ain't Africa, Algerian, like see how they try and, this is the whitewash. Yeah, these lies are crazy. Okay? All right, so I wanted to show that this is the whitewash. So in another study, we're going to break down the ancient map and show where the Mesopotamic region, what they call in the Middle East. Okay? So then they keep going on and saying this is Semitic, Central Semitic language. Aramaic is a Semitic language. Arabic is a Central Semitic language. And all this other stuff, Semitic. I don't know who no Semi is. Okay. All right. So that's enough of that. All right. So there you go. Look, it says to 2 languages, modern standard. Most speakers live in Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Lebanon, and Syria. These are all Persia, Assyria, Babylon. But they're going to make y'all think these places are the Middle East or something. See, this is how they play linguistics and they play semantics and rhetorics and replace history so people don't understand. So everybody running around talking about some Middle East. Like, what Middle East? Ain't no such thing as no Middle East. Just come up with some foolish stuff like that to replace so we don't see who these people really are, who we really are, really, and who they are, the conquerors and slavers. So now, let's get here so we can close out with this fruit. How we became Afro-Asiatic. So I did 222. 264, they lost their Hebrew language. Ooh, here we go. 264. Taj Balaya. Let me go there. Let me come back here. Let me put it on the screen for you guys. Let me make it smaller. I wrote my notes so I can jump around this book for y'all. Present. We're going to close out with some real fruit. Bang. All right, the ancient book on the screen. All right, so it says, I need to go to page 264. So I'm going to do it from down here. Let me make it full screen again. Because last time, when I did it from the other one, that wasn't the right way. So, oh no, that's not the right way. I'm flipping pages. 264. Oh, that did. All right, so let me do it this way. Move it up. There we go. 264. Bingo. Let's see. Of the lost 10 tribes. Here we go. We're going to, it got to be in here somewhere because I wrote it. So, it says, by the Right Honorable Sir George Rolls, I'm just jumping in. We cannot go into his details at present, but to glance merely at a few leading points. Let me make this smaller so I can see you guys in the chat. Okay. When I made it smaller, let me make it a little bigger. There we go. There we go. So, it says, but to glance merely at a few leading points, the fact of their own universal tradition, they're calling themselves collectively Ben Israel. See that B-I-N? That's supposed to be Bayan, YAHSHUAH in the Hebrew. Sons of Israel. Okay? Children of Israel. See that? Of the 10 lost tribes. All right? This is we're going to show them in Asia. We're going to show them in Afghanistan, what they call Afghan and Hindustan in Asia. How our ancestors became Afro-Asiatic. It says, but to glance merely at a few leading points, the fact of their own universal tradition, they're calling themselves collectively children of YAHSHUAH. Though they repudiate with indignation the name of Yahudi or Jew. Do y'all see that right there? Literally, Yahudi. That's Yahadan in the original Hebrew. Or Jew. So it's not Jew, it's a Yad. So this Udi, that's later. That's where you get this this Phoenician, Persian, Babylonian mixture of this paleo. That's why some people are calling this Yahudi, right? Yahuda, right? Judah. That's where you get Juda from this Yahuda, and that's where they get Jew. With a W, it's supposed to be Jud, Judah, if they're going to transliterate and put a J and called the Yahudians or the Yahudi Jude. It wouldn't be EW. That don't make no sense. It's not Yahui. It wasn't Yahuians. You see? This is how they convolute. So now most of y'all, some of y'all know and awaken about this Yahudi. But this came about. I got another receipt for y'all. Come on, I would have been upset if I didn't walk this down. Here we go. I got another receipt for y'all. Stop share. Come back to y'all. Where is it? I got so many tabs. Bang. Present. Share screen. Window. Where are you? Right there. Bang. Share. Let me see what y'all can see because I can make it bigger. There we go. Look. This is the Arabic. I just taught y'all how the Arabic came from the Aramean. So, in Arabic, the word that's in this modern Hebrew in the English is God. The pronunciation in Arabic or Aramaic is Elah. This is where you get this E in their convoluted paleo mixture, modern, what they call that word, not convoluted, they got a worse word that they use. That's what I want to use. They call it, when they mix, they convolute, contaminated. That's the word. Contaminated Hebrew, Eloah. This is where you get this. All right, we're going to get there. Eloah. That's why for guys, yes, corruption, that's the word. It's corrupted, right? And I like corrupted and contaminated. That's the word I was looking for, Yahakanah. Let me write it. Corruption, because I'm probably going to say this a couple of times, and contaminated. I need to stick them in my memory. That's what I'm going to call these languages. Now, guys, that's why I know we don't know. That's why those who got this, no disrespect, y'all just listen, y'all here to learn. We got El in our name. Y'all don't know that El is a fallen angel God. So I know some of us don't know. We like El Yisrael and El this. This El is Phoenician, Babylonian, Armenian. These are Canaanite gods. The Canaanite god of El is Yahweh. Come on, Taj. I know Taj like, teach, young king. I know we had to awaken somewhere, guys. But just listen clearly. Some of you in your names, you got a Babylonian god in your literal names. Be careful who name you come in. Now, the Most High's grace is covering you, but now I'm teaching you. There was no El in Hebrew. It's a Canaanite god, deity. Our Malaks, or angels, or heavenly council, our is all, A-L. That's why it ain't YAHSHUAH or Israel. It's YAHSHUAH. All right. Yes, El is without Yah. Now listen, this is where they get this. So in their modern, contaminated, corrupted, there we go, I wrote it down on purpose, Hebrew. See what's on this screen? See that Hebrew on the screen? Look at all that. That ain't no Aleph. I don't know what that is. All these dots and stuff. That's a whole corrupted for this God that they calling on. See? So in the Arabic, it's Elah. Okay? Right? But in the Hebrew, they got this Eloah. That's our wicked ancestors and the converts who stole it, following these Canaanite gods. Eloah. In the original Hebrew, guys, that will be Allah Yah. This word in the original Hebrew is Allah Yah. That's the singular pronunciation of a title of the Most High. And he is not a God. He is our Allah. Now, the word in Arabic that's written in Hebrew, the pronunciation of the Arabic word of Ilah would be pronunciated Allah. This is where you get the Islamic God Allah. The Hebrew, the Islam, Ishmaelite God Allah. In the Hebrew, they talking about some El Elyon. Y'all heard that in Christianity, right? I know you got people, right? You got my baby mama. I ain't gonna disrespect her because she be watching and she been up my child support. She been rake me for more child support, right? It's crazy. The Babylon boy, but she got she call herself getting a Hebrew name because she don't want to, she want to be disobedient, right? She had an opportunity to literally marry a man of the Most High consecrated, but she didn't want to be righteous, right? She wanted to take on the Hebrew costume, right? But what she told me, I'm too lawful. Literally, I'm too lawful. She want to be a real Hebrew Israelite, right? Half lawful, half not, part way, right? So she got what she wanted. No disrespect to them. Let them do their thing. That's who was supposed to marry her, because I sure enough wasn't marrying her. So she mad because I ain't marrying her. I ain't marrying you because you rebellious. You don't want to listen, so you don't even want to listen. So now she done went and took on some name, and it's literally like El Elyon. And I laughed when I saw it. I said, boy, you can't make this stuff up. Thinking you Hebrew, you come in some doggone name. You literally come in a Babylonian name. Well, I'm like, whatever, right? But whatever. Yeah, she told me I'm too lawful. Facts, literally the words out of her mouth. I'm too lawful. You so lawful. You too lawful. Too lawful? Well, thank you. That is the compliment of all compliments. Can you say it again? Praise Yah. That's the greatest testament you could ever give a person. I'm too lawful? That means I'm following the Most High laws too good? Oh, yes. Say it with your chest. Right? So now listen. So in Arabic, it's pronounced Allah. In their corrupted, contaminated Hebrew, in Christianity, El Elyon. Y'all hear him talking about it. And they say in the English, that's the supreme God. That's the written in the Arabic, written in the Hebrew. The pronunciation of the word in the Arabic is Allah Omar. Allah Omar. In the Hebrew and Christian, it's Elohim. So now y'all see my lesson when I was trying to teach, what's that dude name with the 1 million subscribers? Truth Unedited. I wasn't disrespecting Truth Unedited because he seemed like a gentle brother. He seemed like he got good intentions. He seemed like, but brother, you still got to learn. You understand? So I was trying to teach Brother Ron Charles. Brother, this Elohim you calling on, that's not the Most High. This Elohim, that's not the heavenly council. That's not even Hebrew. You see, this corrupted. See, that's why I'm saying that all L in your God's name, no disrespect, but you're here to learn. You should change that L to all. There's no L in Hebrew. That's a Phoenician, that's a Canaanite God. Guys. And yes, Yah's grace has been covering you, but we're called to learn and come out of her. Not halfway, partly. That's why she said I was too lawful. You know why? Because I'm coming out of her all the way. She want to come out part way. She want to wear the head wrap sometimes, whenever she wants, right? She want to still be able to wear her yoga pants and go on. Like she want to still go back and forth and not really keep, Lord, but we Hebrews, we know, like these Israelites, like Joseph. They want to play flesh. But I'm coming out all the way. That's what that too lawful is. I'm dying to the flesh for real. Yeah, lukewarm. I ain't lukewarm. I'm all in Yah. So now y'all learning Elohim and Alahoma, El Elyon and Allah, Eloi and Eli. Because you got I think the Sefer Bible and these other ones, they'll call them the Eloi. That's why that's why I tell you that Sefer, I don't know who's y'all following, Sefer heads, his doggone serpent seed that wrote that. Well, I guess some of the stuff, and that Hebrew is contaminated. They calling all these wrong Hebrew, and they got I's and O's and all. That ain't Hebrew. That's corrupted. But you got to start somewhere, right? Might as well just have your little King James and read through. Don't matter. Ain't but it is what it is. But it ain't the book. Don't get caught up in books, guys. That serpent seed made that book. At least in the King James, I know our ancestor. He penned the original one. And William Tyndale. These are Hebrews. And the Jacobites. That's YAHSHUAHites. Literally, Jacob changed the name to YAHSHUAH. Right? They were still not in their rightful state. They went into their captivity like the scriptures say. But anyway, so now y'all see Elohim, right? And it says the original manuscript of the Arabic is the Quran. The original manuscript, it says, of the Hebrew is the current Torah. In the English, none, because it's just a translation. All right. So now y'all see with this Elohim and El Elyon. Okay, so this Eloah is the singular description of the title of the Most High. When we read the Bible, we don't call Lord and all that. We'll say Eloah, Allah. So Allah Yah is what that is. And where it says Elohim, that's Allah Yam. I know your little Sefer Bibles, that is the serpent. Sefer is a serpent seed. Sorry to inform you. And all your little concordance and all that stuff, I learned from the Most High. The Rayak HaKadash. So this Elohim in the original Hebrew is Allah Yam. That's the heavenly council when you speak it in plural. But when you speak in singular about the Most High, he is our Allah Yah. He is our Allah Yah. And the heavenly council is the Allah Yam, not Eloi and Elohim. Ain't no El Elyon. I don't know what kind of El Baal God that is. But in the Hebrew, I would pronounce this El Elyon, Al Alayan. That's how that would be pronounced in the original real Hebrew, our tongue. Al Alayan. And that would probably mean Al Alayan. It wouldn't mean the supreme. That would probably mean original Hebrew, Al Alayan. It would probably mean Yah. It would probably mean Yah in the heavenly council or something in the original Hebrew. It'd probably be a way of saying a shortened version of Yah in the heavenly council. That word. But they be transliterating. We wouldn't even say that. That's that Christian Roman crap in Hebrew, a contaminated, corrupted crap. El Elyon. Sorry, guys. We don't got no, you know how they say there are 1,000 different ways that they say the Most High. They be like El Elyon and this Didion and that Elyon and all that. His name is Yah. The only other titles you can call him, Father, that's transliterated English. Most High, transliterated English. Allah Yah, singular title for his supreme deity, creator. That's the creator. The Allah Yah is creator. That's the creator of all things. And then the heavenly council, when he said, let us make man, that's the Allah Yam. That's it. There's no other. That's it, guys. Not Yahweh. That's Canaanite. Okay? Now, I think I had one more. Let me see. And make sure, because I want to get this. I want to do this study right. Because I'll be later. I'll be like, Dag, I left this out. I left that out. Give me one more. I got one more, I think. Let me see. Where is it? There you go. No, that was that one. Oh, here you go. Open it. Here we go. One more. Stop share. Come back. Present. Share screen. I ain't going to get all I wanted to get out tonight, but I think we did good tonight. Y'all learned a lot. That's the key, is to teach the children. We'll finish this stuff another time. Look at this. Ancient Aramaic symbol. Look, this is where our ancestors, guys, became Aramaean, Phoenician, Paleo. See the symbol? And that's where Arabic get their stuff from. It says God is the mind. The Son is wisdom. The Spirit is the life. This is the Trinity. You see the 3 dots? This is a triangle. Look, it says a hey and a yod. That's the Aramaic. It says the God, the Son, and the Spirit. This that Trinity, one universal God. But look what they got at the bottom. Yah. But with a small y. But Yah. Whatever, you know. All right? But most would think, oh, Yah. Okay, well, they got it right. That's Yah. Guys, just because one of these ancient cultures say Yah, don't mean they're talking about our creator. That's where you get Yahweh from. So they had many of these gods, these names, because remember, the Hebrew, the Phoenician, the Aramaic, the Babylonian, all of these languages, you see, they all mixed and were the same, different dialects. Look, the Aramaic letters of Yod Hey spell the Aramaic word for God, Yah. Y'all see that? The Yod Hey from the Aramaic. So that's where you get this tetragrammaton stuff. Come on, Elder Taj. Guys, y'all getting revelations to the stuff that you learn. These are those who in the awakening, those who newly awakened, and those over my people back in New York who's watching this, who's learning. Just keep watching and learning. You'll start to understand. You'll really grow. You're in a really elected class, and I'm still breaking it down for babies to understand, but I know some of this could sound like just another language. But it sounded like that to me too when I first started. Shout out to Brother Rohan. So listen, guys, this is where this Yod Hey, Wav Hey come from, and we thinking this ineffable name, this is Canaanite stuff. Okay? Yes, later the J, that's Jah with the J. Later, that's thousands of years later before the J came. We in ancient Aramaic now. Okay? So yeah, later the J came. In 1500s. So now listen, it says the Aramaic letters Yod Hey spells the Aramaic word for God, Yah. This symbol is a scribal abbreviation of the name of God, as revealed by Moses on Mount Sinai. Ancient Near Eastern scribes employed this symbol to indicate that the writing was of a sacred nature. Near Eastern. See how they do Middle East? Near to what? Middle of what? They kill me with that. This is witchcraft when they do that stuff. They ain't nothing but Northeast Africa when they do. Whenever they're saying that stuff, they talk about Northeast Africa, just so y'all know. Look, it says the sunburst is the Aramaic word for light, the sun, Nubra, and is the symbol for the Nubra foundation, the sun worship, the sunburst. So this is this Trinity, trilune, trilateral, triangle, pyramid, Yahweh, Canaanite God of Yahweh. So that's why I said, guys, you got people awaken and think his name is Yahweh. Wrong again. That's why they want you to call on that. That's why they make that popular. Yahweh, and they make Yeshua. Oh, I got the other one. I got one more. One more. Where? Maybe it should be right here with this one. Where are you? Where are you? Hopefully I can find it. I'm going to show y'all where this Yeshua stuff. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to find it. Maybe I didn't. I'll do it on another one then. I probably won't even get to it. I'll be moving on to something else. Let me see if it's on this one. Come on, be here. No, that's the Hebrew letters. I had to show you where they did this Yeshua stuff from. And where they got YAHSHUAH too. Oh yeah. When I'm telling y'all, that ain't our language. Oh man. I didn't open it. I'll be doing so much, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't open it. That sucks, because that was a good one. I didn't open it. And then I opened so many tabs that it gets erased. All right. Well, I had it where they showed the ancient Aramaic, the Phoenician, and they showed you where it said Yeshua and where the Yeshua came from. Yes. And then they showed you when it said Yahshua. And that was still the Phoenician. That was still Canaanitish. That's why I said, I understand that as we're growing, we start to learn that I still say the Ua because I know that the people I will lose the people. They don't know. They've been taught that way. So I still speak the language of the land. That's what he say when you in Rome, speak as the Romans do, right? So I can't leave y'all behind by speaking only original Hebrew, and most won't know what I'm talking about. So that's why I still, I understand Yahuwah and Yahusha and all that, but that ain't the original. There was no U. When we took on the U vowel sign, I had the thing. I'll find it another time. That's when we were in. I think that what was that? That was Assyrian and further back than that, Phoenician and stuff. When we took on the first was the U. That was first. That's why they said Yahudi in that book and all that. That's where you get that U. But that's not a Hebrew. That's not ours. That's literally Canaanite. It's the beginning of it, though. Y'all's grace and mercy cover us all. All right? I'm just teaching you so you learn. Start to empty your wine. I named myself YAHSHUAH because I thought that's why now y'all hear me say I'm Uncle YAHSHUAH, also known as Uncle YAHSHUAH, because I need to speak the language. But I understand where that U came from. And that was the first one when we went away. Then became the O and the I and the E and all that. A, Yahweh, and all. These are other Canaanite gods you call it on without even knowing it. None of that was in Yah's original tongue. It was all the breath of Yah. Ha, ha, ah, ha-yah. Here's our alayah. There's our alayam. You see, the angels are the malaks. You understand? Everything is ah. We are from the tribe of Ya'adah. We are YAHSHUAH. We are the Yaladam of Yah. That's children of Yah. We from Yarah Shalom. His name was Hazakayah. Hazakayah. Zadakayah. His name was Dayad for David. Masha for Noah. Kafayah for Peter. There was nothing but guys. So all that O-E, his name was Yasaf or Yashaf for Joseph. So I understand. I'm just teaching you correctly. But grace abounds. But you can't, don't hold on. Listen clearly, guys. Don't hold on to your old wine. When you get stuck and you're like, well, I learned. Listen, guys, I learned that me calling myself YAHSHUAH and putting this O in there is a Canaanite. I'm corrupting Yah's language. I'm corrupting the word. I'm contaminating. And I've been taught. I know. But I don't want to remove. I don't want to empty the wine. I don't want to shed the grace that's covering you in your ignorance gets lifted. Y'all listen clearly. That's why to much is given, much is required. You're held accountable once you start to know. It could be hard. It's a journey. Start to remove. You understand? Start to remove. The only reason why I even still say Uncle YAHSHUAH, known as Uncle YAHSHUAH, because Uncle YAHSHUAH became a brand now. It's known in the world, in the awakening. I got 7.3 million views on my other thing. So this world, they know Uncle YAHSHUAH, such and such. So I still have to speak so I don't lose. They won't know once I branded myself. It's like, so that's why I still speak it. But I want y'all to understand that these other vowels and additions are calling on other gods. You're opening up other portals. Okay? All right? All right. So just don't hold on to your own mind. And take your time, but you will be held accountable for what you learn. Because what happens when Yah takes his grace away for your willful disobedience, the name that you're calling yourself and the things that you're calling on, now they got access to possess you. So those gods that's in your name, Canaanite gods, Phoenician and stuff, the grace be lifted and you become possessed and you won't know it. Be very, very careful. Too much is given, much is required. But it's a journey, so take your time. But don't hold on to old wine. Don't have these Israelite ministries that you listen to, they don't come in the name of Yah, period. Ron Dalton, Teo Ministries, Richard Kelly, Dante Fortson. What do y'all find? Ronald, Charles Dow, Truth Unedited, Ron Charles. They ain't in the name of Yah, period. So how they can't save y'all in spiritual warfare. And no, they can't teach y'all not one bit of spiritual warfare because they ain't even in the name of Yah. Who are they? Like, you're in the house of Yah. If you found this house through the shadow band on this internet, then Yah brought you here. Again, you come to learn. They'll let you come in whatever. They don't matter. They teaching you Yehudi. They reading from all this. There's no Rayak there when they're speaking. They don't have the election to teach you through Rayak. They can teach you through books. They can teach you through the Bible. They can teach you through knowledge. That's Greco-Roman and stuff. All right. Yeah, no, none of them teach spiritual warfare. Not one that you can't find one to teach spirit because they can't. You know why they don't teach spiritual warfare, Laria? Because they have no power in the spirit realm. They can't teach spiritual warfare. They're serving dark spirits without even knowing. They ain't covered. That's why everything is so contaminated and corrupted. The awakening and stuff. They can't teach you to battle spirit. Praise Yah. All right. I wish I could have found that other one, but it's okay. I have so much stuff to bring sometime. I don't open one or it'll get erased when I'm doing something else. So let me try one more thing. Maybe it might be behind this one. Let's see. I don't think so, but let's see. didn't erase. I didn't. All right. So let me go. We're going to close out with this because it's 12:50. I'm going to close out at 1. We got 10 minutes. So I want to bring out something in this book. Let's close out with this book. Present, share screen. It's not too bad. I'd close that 4 hours. Some of this stuff is so important. It's really important. So this book, it says, by their own fact of their own universal tradition, they're calling themselves collectively. See how it says Ben Israel, right? Children of Israel, right? So it's Ban Yasharal, Yaladan Yasharal. That's children of Israel. Though they repudiate with indignation the name of Yahudi. So they are indignant, they're repudiating being Yahudim. I wonder why. They're going through something. Our ancestors went through some wicked stuff in these captivities. Now, these are the ones in Afghan and India. We went to another part of the book. We broke it down before. It says, the fact of their own universal tradition, they're calling themselves collectively children of Israel. To us, the new fact that one particular warlike tribe styled themselves Yusufzi, or the tribe of Joseph. You see the language? Yusufzi. That would be Yasaf. That'd probably be Yasafazite in the Hebrew. That would be correct. It would probably be the tribe of Joseph. So our ancestors was named not Manasseh and Ephraim, Yasafasite. But it's Yusufi, or the tribe of Joseph, and several others, taken together with the strongly Yahudian cast of the modern Afghan physiognomy, seem to rebuke the levity hereto prevalent in essays, books alluding to this conjecture about their origin. It says, we are sensible that an apology may seem due to Sir George Rose for such a merely passing reference to his work, but his own pages contain many allusions to points of the highest importance which he admits not to have been yet properly worked out, more especially as to the degrees of Hebraic element in the Afghan language. So now they're showing our ancestors. I did it in another study, how they went, what was the Persian king sent them into this Afghan, and we're going to break down the land of Afghanistan, modern times, so you can see what it was in those ancient times, and India, Asia, Hindustan. So they found our ancestors there, the tribes, what they call the lost tribes, never lost, right? It says, because what do I got? Yes, here we go. 264 is coming in this. Listen, it says, which he admits not to have perfectly worked out, more especially as to the degrees of the Hebraic element in the Afghan language. What this is pointing out is they lost their language. Look, read it again. Sir George Rose, they gave an apology to this writer, passing reference to his work, but his book said contained many allusions to the points of the highest importance, which this writer, Sir George Rose, admits not to have yet properly worked it out, more especially to the degrees of the Hebraic element in the Afghan language. So our ancestors, I showed you in the other one where they became Armenians. They named them speaking that language. And I just showed y'all the Armenian, that's the Paleo, look like the Paleo-Hebrew, Phoenician, Paleo-Ugaritic. This is where they get this Yosef. See? Israel, Ben, okay? Away from the original Hebrew. Now, our ancestors in this land, it says the degrees of Hebraic element in the Afghan language. So now they mix in this Hebraic with this Afghani language. Again, a corruption of the Hebrew. Okay? All right. So look, it says, upon this point, and this is the footnotes, upon this point, we have already noticed the judgment of Sir William Jones, the Pushtu language, of which I have seen a dictionary has a manifest resemblance to the Chaldaic, the Chaldean. So our ancestors took on the Chaldean we were in the Chaldean captivity for like 15 years or something, and took on the Chaldean language. So we took on this Pushtu. See, this is how our original Hebrew got convoluted to. This is where you get this fish hook, right? And this fish for noon and all this I's and O's and bet and Dalit and all that stuff from, right? It says, see, the Pushtu language, of which you see in dictionary, manifests resemblance to the Chaldaic. So our ancestors were speaking this Pushtu. It's probably Hebrew mixed with Chaldaic, mixed with some Persian, and mixed with something else. It become Pushtu language. And if they wrote it, it would probably look like some Paleo Hebrew. Okay? Yeah, thank you. Rohan said, India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran are very much connected. All of that land used to be part of the Medo-Persian Empire. Thank you, the Persian Empire. That's what I thought. Our Persian, that's why the king of Persia sent us into it. So it became part of the Persian Empire because they conquered, right, all the way through into India. Okay? All right. Now, thank you, Brother Rohan. All right. So now, I wanted to bring that out. Now they talk about, we're going to go through this another time. The 10 tribes, right? All right. The 10 tribes. Now, let me go to page 266, and then I think we're going to close with that. All right, 266. Let me make this full screen. I'm going to bring out one more point in this book. Oh, that's 265. Okay. So I just got to go over one page. There we go. Okay, wasn't good. All right, so let me make that small again so I can see the chat. Yes, push to Afghanistan. Nebuchadnezzar, Afghanistan. There y'all getting there. All right, look where we going. It says, hold on. See, there's so much in this. That's why I was like, and they got these crazy words. I don't want Hakyama to have a hard time, because it's a trip her up with a lot of this stuff. So in this book, Elephantines Kabul, Afghans themselves, and partly from Elephantines Kabul, in a footnote, he says, light is the only Hebrew word I found in the Afghan tongue. Light. Wolf, App Rolls, page 39. It says, I have no Afghans to confer with on the matter, but I possess Elephantines Kabul and will undertake in the second word of his Pushtu vocabulary to find a second word, viz. Samin, with the article prefix Hesamin, the heavens. That would be Shamayam in the original Hebrew. But see, so in the Samanin, that Hebrew is Hesamin. See, this is where we get our language corruption, contaminated, right, with the mixing with these others. And the original Hebrew is Shamayam, for the heavens, right? It says the heavens, of which the Pushtu is Osman, for heaven, is clearly only a dialectic variation. I noticed that merely as a specimen of Dr. Wolf's carelessness and hastiness of examination, a third Hebrew term in the Pushtu language, not in Mr. Elephantstone's catalog, is Nahar, a river, has been elsewhere noticed in the Pushtu term Ning Nahar, meaning the 9 rivers. It is very true that the Hebraic elements in Mr. Elephantstone's Pushtu vocabulary are rare, but he, Dr. Wolf, should have recollected that the idiom of the Hebrews of the captivity was Chaldea, not Hebrew. See, the idiom of the Hebrews of the Chaldean captivity was not Hebrew idioms. It was Chaldean. It's mixed with, you see, this is the corruption of our tongue. This is why you guys don't understand. That's why I say we not understand. And Chaldeans were what? Fallen angel worshipers. These are all Canaanite worshipers, fallen angels. So you speak in these words and these push-to and stuff. It says, now Sir William Jones has taken a true stand and upon due examination of the dictionary, the push-to language, has pronounced that it has a manifest resemblance to the Chaldaic. This is exactly what ought to be in the language of the children of the captivity. See? Every captivity we went into, we lost our language and it mixed and made new dialects. And every dialect, guys, was a Canaanite dialect. Oh, that's what I wanted to bring out tonight. Oh, it's up here. All right, I'm going to get it. I'm going to do this really quick. We're going to get that, then we're going to close. I'm going to read out 1680's, this letter that our ancestors wrote to our ancestors in the cap. So it says, this is exactly what ought to be in a language. Look, it says, the push this have pronounced that it's a manifest resemblance of Chaldaic. This is exactly what ought to be. It says, because these are children of captivity. We're supposed to be speaking this Aramaic, Phoenaic, Assyriac, Akkadian, Chaldaic, because we're children of captivity. It says, it's as we learn from the book of Nehemiah, that the Yahudians of the later captivity at the end of 70 years had so lost their Hebrew. That's what I wanted to bring out. That part. They lost our tongue. Yeah, and kept moving further away from Yah, the breath, Hayah, Ba. So Hayah later become he, it become hey, it become ho. The Alayaf become Aleph, Alad, Alap, Alek. See, the Bayat become Bet. That ain't Hebrew. That's the children of captivity. You got the captive tongue thinking you speak in Hebrew of the slave master. It says, as if we learn from the book of Nehemiah, that the Yahudians of the later captivity at the end of 70 years had so lost their Hebrew that the book of the law, to be intelligible, had to be explained to them in Chaldaic. That our ancestors had so far lost the Hebrew tongue that in order to explain the Torah, they couldn't understand it unless you explained it to them in Chaldaic. See, guys? It says, what must have been the case of the Israelites who even in Nebuchadnezzar's time had been captives among the Chaldeans for above, 14 years, 140 years. Hakyama, that is what happened in Daniel. That's where you get this Meshach, Shezdak, and Abednego. That's what happened. Y'all are getting keys to the scriptures opened. Y'all hear me? Look what they said. They said, what must have been the case of the Israelites, Yahshuahites, who even in Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon had already been slaves among the Chaldeans for over 140 years. So by the time we took on the Babylonian tongue, we was already had the Chaldaic. We've been lost the original Hebrew. But praise Yah, his holy name is right forth. He's bringing our tongue back. Come on, guys, listen up. Full circle. Let me stop you. I need y'all to see me for this one. That's why I'm telling y'all. I'm telling them, Taj. We got to empty the wine. Those I's and O's and U's in your names and stuff, you still in Canaanitish, Babylonian, Chaldean. You're still in Phoenician, Sumerian. Okay, you still ain't in the Hebrew. It's still Babylonian gods you got in your name, guys. Your name is Arayah. And it speaks, so these things now that Yah's grace has been covering you, but we need to come out. He wants you to remove it. He wants you to come back to him in spirit and in truth. This is scripture. They literally are writing, these ain't Hebrews writing this book. These white men writing this book, this man said, he said, you should have learned it from the book of Nehemiah. Okay? Yeah, come on, Rohan. All right? Now, to close out, Hakiyama, you could share something if you wanted to. I could see you in your book or something. If you ever wanted to, you could share it. We're going to close out with this letter. I need to close with this letter because I put it in the title. Page 367. So just let me know if you wanted to share something, Hakiyama. So hopefully it's 360. I think it's 367 on the top of the page. 272. Okay, I can find it this way. That helps. Thank you. I learned how to navigate this now. 367. Here we go. 367. And that says 338 on the top. I don't think it's this. Let's see. Is this the letter? No. So it's 367 at the top of the page. All right. I talk about the Samaritans. Wait till I go into Samaria in the Holy Land. Oh, this is the letter. Nope, this is it. All right. So, let me make that small again. We're going to close out with this. Just let me know if you want to say something. Now, I'm going to share screen. We're about to bring out a really ancient receipt. The last one, we're going to close out with this. Share screen. Bang. Share. All right. Now, yeah, Abiyah said, leave all the corruption in Babylon and come full to Yah. Come out of her, my people. We still in her. All those I's and O's and E's and stuff, all that stuff, you're still in her, guys. Take your time. But we are called to come out of her all the way. All right. So this book, sorry I can't make it bigger on the screen. So it says, this is a letter. All right. So let me find okay, let me just start from here. Shoet, a town of the neighboring province of Iraq, Agimi, Iraq. He says, Saul, the king of the children of YAHSHUAH, was of this place. King Saul, Saul. Let me make it a little bigger. I need the children to be able to read. I'll scroll over. I want y'all to see. They praise Yah for these receipts. Now, how can let me make it big. Let me see. How can I scroll? Oh, I got them. Okay, let me see. Let me do this. If I make it bigger, it could get the whole page. Let me see if that works. Yep, it does. All right, now. And then if I move this over, I can still see the chat a little bit. Okay. That's better. Y'all can see it at home. Thank you, Abiyah. She said that's good. I want y'all to see. It says, Shoet, a town of the neighboring provinces of Iraq, Agimi. He says, Saul, Saul. Then they got the Arabic spelling or the Aramaic spelling next to it. Saul, The king of the children of Israel was of this place, King Saul. Is not here the probable source of the Afghan tradition? So earlier I showed where Persian king and them sent our ancestors to this land, this Afghan land in India, and the connection. And then remember the Hindus came in and the Dutch came in and because we started to, this was the other teaching I did, our ancestors started to build cities and palaces. They started to do well. But the curse is going to pursue them. Now listen, hold on. Someone came in backstage. Hold on, let me see. I might need to do that. Oh no, nobody came in. I just heard a bloop. Sound like somebody came in. All right, so listen. It says, is it not here the probable source of the Afghan tradition? Because the children are there. Persian king sent them into this land. It says, incidental evidence and confirmation of the existence of Israelite settlements in those parts of a highly important character has recently been supplied from an opposite quarter of the East by one of those English women of rank who so often adorn high station by mental culture. So an English woman that ranks high mentally and of the East, so it says, and by a spirit of enterprise kindled by what Dr. Johnson would have characterized as a wise and noble curiosity. So that means she's validated. This is a valid source. It says the following extract will explain and justify the condemnation. Listen clearly. Another book, I'm going to show y'all the Samaritans. Samaria went into India and our ancestors, Samaria. All right? And a whole nother book written in the 1500s. But look at this. It says the Samaritan patriarch next produced an original letter. This is the letter, guys. Written to them by some Samaritan brothers in India. So these Samaritans were the Israelites who came to some of the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes were in India. And they wrote an original letter to our ancestors that was the Israelites that was in Afghan when the Persian king sent them in. Listen, it says it was an original letter written to them by some Samaritan brethren in India about 160 years ago. The occasion of its being written was this. 160 years ago, an Englishman of the name of Roberts informed the Samaritans of Nablus of the existence of some of their brethren in India. An English traveler, probably a tradesman, informed some of the Samaritan Israelites of Nablus. These are some of the northern kingdom, our ancestors. That's why they were never lost. When I told y'all, when the Mashiach went to the lost sheep, they were never lost physically. They knew where each other. They were writing letters and trying to find it. Even in Europe, we went through that one with the kings. They went in. They came from Persia. They went in because they knew that the Jacobites, they knew that they went under, what's the name? Dan, the tribe of Dan. Remember we broke that down? And they went in under the tribe of Dan. Judah, they like, Dan is a beast mode, and Dan received them. And that's the Danish, Dutch, Welsh, the Danish. We went through that. For those who knew, you got to watch, go in the past lives. We've been breaking down this ancient history for a while now, for months now. All right. And all these books are lining. What y'all going to see that every time we go in these ancient books, it's like connecting the puzzle. So they were never lost. We just learned something tonight. The lost sheep of the house of YAHSHUAH were never lost physically. They were lost spiritually. You see what we just read in the other one? It said they lost their Hebrew. These ones are calling themselves Samaritans. The other ones now are calling themselves Afghans. You see, in the other book, they called them Armenians. You see? But they still kept some of their traditions, their continents. Okay? Yeah, Ben Ephraim. Go ahead. Yep. He said Israel is known as Ben Ephraim. They say they kept Torah since the Syrian captivity. Ashur, Elam, Mada, Afrashad dwelt. Yes, come on, Rohan. Yeah, come on. Now listen, guys. It says this Englishman. That's why, again, stop thinking all white people are serpent seed. You're going to get yourself in spiritual trouble. You know them by their fruit. Some whites are serpent seeds, some blacks are serpent seeds, some brown. You know them by their fruit. This white man observed the Hebrews, the Israelites that were now kicking on these Samaritans, all right? And he told them, hey guys, I was in India and there's some of your brothers are in India in this Afghan land. They over there, they're lost. He told them they having a hard time. Shout out to Yohanada. He said they're having a hard time. This Gentile. That's why I told that brother Joseph, stop with this wicked stuff. He out of here. You ain't called to be a light to the Gentile. I am. Because there's some righteous. One of them was Cornelius. Mashiach said, I ain't seen faith like yours in you, Joseph, in all the house of YAHSHUAH. So let's get it right. You know them by their fruit. So this Englishman ain't have to tell these Israelite Samaritans that they had some of their brothers over there in this Afghan land, that they were being persecuted and stuff over there. He did a noble deed. So listen, an Englishman by the name of Roberts, shout out to that Englishman Roberts. Hopefully he stayed righteous all his life till he died. He said the Englishman of the name Roberts informed the Samaritans of Nablus of the existence of some of their brethren in India. Upon this, the Nablus Samaritans, now they call that, these are from the tribe, I think they were from the tribe of Manasseh. I don't know, they was from different tribes, right? But that's now remember, they lose your identity, you take on these names. So now he said, upon this, the Nablus Samaritans sent them a copy of the Pentateuch. Do y'all hear that? The Israelites in Nablus, in Nablu, of, this is probably what they call some Middle Eastern or something land, right? I think these are the Afghans one, I think. Yeah, I think. I'm not sure. But, because I read it in another book. We read it in another book earlier where they were from. I just can't remember. But they sent them a copy of the Pentateuch. How? This Englishman probably was the one that they sent it through. They probably said, give this, send this to our brothers. A copy of the Pentateuch. So even though we lost our language, that's what Brother Rohan just wrote. He said they still kept, hold on, let me read what he wrote because it was timely, exactly where we at. He said, yep, there are Israelites known as Ben Ephraim. They say they kept the Torah since the Syrian captivity. That's why the other book, he said they continents of these Armenians, right? He's like, he said, what do you think the continents of them that they call Armenian? And that other, maybe say it was a traveler. And what did he say? He said, they're like Yahudian. And they're because they keep in a piece of Torah. So the Samaritans of Nablu sent them a copy of the Pentateuch. In return, the Indian Samaritans sent a printed copy of the Pentateuch in 3 or 4 languages. Okay? So, yes, so the Nablu, they both in different, these are the AFRO ASIATICS. This is how we were in India, right? We were all through. They're still there, right? Like you said, call them Ben Israel, Ben Ani, and Ben Ephraim, as well as what they call the untouchables and stuff. You understand? They're at the bottom. They're still cursed. The curses are still, over them. All right? You know them. You know Judah everywhere because you know them from the curses. All right? Judah's definitely there at the bottom, but the other tribes are there as well. So now, the Samaritans of Nablus, they sent them a copy of the Pentateuch. And so what they did, they sent back a printed copy of the Pentateuch, but in 3 or 4 languages, together with a letter, a subjoined letter, both of which are shown to us. All right, so now we're going to get through this letter. This is the 1680's letter to the Afro Asiatic ancestors in the land of Canaan. Now look, this is the letter. Great way to end this study. An ancient letter from the 1600s from Israelites in India, in the Asiatic lands, Asia. Now listen, it says, together they sent a subjoined letter, both of which are shown to us. They were obliging enough to send us a copy of this letter, translated into Arabic. Assad, having interpreted it, I give it below. So they translated into Arabic. Remember, they took on these tongues. Aramaic now became Arabic. Okay? Now listen. Here's the letter, guys. Letter of the Samaritans, or Israelites of India, to those of Nablu. This is the letter. We send our peace, O YAHSHUAH, our brethren, who dwell in the holy land of Canaan. Y'all hear that? It said, we have a high priest full of all learning, honoring the name of the Most High. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Yeah, they said holy land of Canaan. You know why, y'all Dylan? Because Yah gave us the land of Canaan as an inheritance. And it was to be holy. If we inhabit the land, then the land would dwell from the holy inhabitants. The land was only cursed from Canaan on it. That's why he gave us the Canaanite land. That's the holy land. You understand? So we were given the land of Canaan, the Canaanite lands, Shemitic. And it's a region. It's the Holy Land. It is. And we ain't supposed to dwell there now. At the end, when it all fall, the Most High will gather us and we will inhabit the Holy Land again. That's why they call it the Holy Land of Canaan. Yes. Praise Yah. So they said, we send our peace, our shalom, O YAHSHUAH, our brethren, who dwell in the holy land of Canaan. We have a high priest full of all learning, honoring the name of them. So they have a high priest there among them who honors the name of the Most High. He is descended from Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, and he dwells in the city of Aknuz, a locality and name in India unknown to the Samaritans of Nablus. So the Samaritans of Nablus did not even know that this place exists and their brothers was there. He numbers his flock twice a year, their high priest who honors the name of the Most High, Yah. He numbers his flock twice a year. And in this year, 1680, when this letter was written, their number is 127,968 of these Israelites in this city of Aknuz in India. You see? Yes, Rohan said it was never Canaan's land. It was Shem's land. Canaan stole that land and his brothers tried to warn him. It was after the Tower of Babel and the scattering from the book of Jubilees. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you for that breakdown. It was Shem's land and it's holy. It says the name of Saul's father, again, well, that's the letter. So that was the letter to them. And now this says, the name of King Saul's father again seems curiously to connect itself with this story in the denomination of Kish as the name of a city in the direction of Samarkand. See the Ibn Hakul, the book, page 259, 264, full notice of the city of Sagdiana. Other Israelite names, Reuben, and then Jaudah, Jhoudah, or Judah, are clearly traceable along the course of the Oxus, or from the Caspian Sea to the northern boundary line of Afghanistan. All right, we're going to close with that. That was the letter of our ancestors. Praise Yah, His holy name, His rightful order. I did longer than, it's okay. I feel in my rayak. Yeah, pushing that J. They be pushing that J, right? That's when they take on these other lands. Guys, I know I want to do 3 hours and stuff, but when the rayak tells me to do more, it's okay. And I felt it. This was way too important. So I'm not even exhausted or nothing. I feel I'm complete. So thank you. Y'all just definitely still keep telling me when it's 12 a.m. and stuff. And when the rayak tell me, I'll stop. But when he tells me to keep going, I'll keep going. All right? So, all right. What's going on in the chat? Hold on. I don't think he was here early. You came in kind of late, Yahanadar. So you need to, we broke down Arabic. We broke down Aramaic. We broke down all of this stuff. It's, they all, so you're kind of correct. It's all mixed. It's all, so it's the original Hebrew mixed with the Arabic. The Arabic comes from Aramaic. It's Armenian, all right? And Armenian comes from Assyrian, all right? And then the Arabic that comes from Armenian, the Armenian actually was the what's the name? Persian. We just read it. You need to go rewind. We read the book that talked about it. Persian King Darius and I forgot his name now. Sorry, I've been going for 5 hours. So yes, it is an offshoot, but it's not. It's an offshoot. Arabic is an offshoot of Armenian, right? And Armenian is an offshoot of Syrian, and the Hebrew is mixed in because it all comes from the original Hebrew, but it's the captivities that mixed it in. And so you're right, but it's all in this lesson already. So so he wrote he don't see it as a problem. That's because you don't have the full understanding. You know, we just broke it down. You need to watch the lesson to understand it is a problem. A huge, let me make sure I don't want to speak out of context for what he said. Hold on, what he say? Adonai, I don't see the change as bad. It is, well, maybe for you, because you're not a natural branch, right? It's bad for us, because that's our language. So for you, it's cool. You know, your ancestors, y'all got your own language. But for us, it was worse than bad. It's a corruption and a contamination of our Hebrew with these Canaanite gods, these Babylonian gods. So that Arabic and that Armenian and that Phoenician and that Sumerian and that Akkadian and that Babylonian, all of it, that Chaldean, mixing in with our Hebrew, it's bad for Anayah because she's a natural branch Hebrew. So, right, and so it's not just opinions. This is a fact. All right, so that's why I say be careful just logging in. Again, you was here before, and and you was doing that stuff before, right? So be careful. This ain't the house to just log in the middle and just speak an opinion, because you're gonna end up looking foolish because the stuff was just broken down and taught with receipts and books of this stuff. That's the whole point of this. So everything you just said, when she was talking about it, she knows what she's talking about. So it's not her opinion, that's her fact, right? Now, it might not harm you because you are, you're learning our culture, right? So, and I don't know what nationality you are, but I know you're not natural branch. So she's natural branch. It harmed us. It's bad for us. That Paleo Hebrew is bad for us. Everything away from the original, we went away from our Father. It put curses over us. So us speaking that, okay? All right. So, all right, praise Yah. All right, so now, yeah, Moses said, imagine the work the disciples put in. They didn't have cars or phones or stuff to get from place to place. Talk about faith. Yes, it was work. Let me see what Brother Rohan wrote. He said, Khan, Canaanite. There are still cities in India that have names like Samarkand. That's what they wrote. That Samarkand was in here. Like Jachan, the Canaanites conquered India. That is where the Sultanites came from, like Delhi Sultanate. Thank you, Rohan, for some of that breakdown. All right, so YAHSHUAH said, I believe Yohanada was responding to a personal comment from Anaya. All right, sorry, let me see, because that's what I said. But anyway, I think so. He wasn't talking about the language. Let me see. Let me make sure. Oh, that was about something else. Oh, okay. That was about, okay. So sorry if I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I think counting the people was a law. Let me see. I don't see the change as bad, but opinions. Sorry if I'm wrong. Yohanadab, I apologize. It was never came. Let me see. Out there, and I hope the change has been good for you. Y'all, y'all talking about something else. Okay, so sorry. Arabic isn't also offshore Hebrew. There are many. Okay, so sorry. I apologize when I'm wrong. So I apologize, Yohanada. So I thought you were saying the Arabic, because you said Arabic is an offshoot of Hebrew. So I explained that, but then I scrolled down and I seen somewhere Unveiling, and you say, does it? So sorry, I was wrong. I humbly apologize. All right, I apologize, young king, my error. All right, but it's definitely not an offshoot of Hebrew. It's a mixture. And I still stand what I said. It's bad for us. It's definitely, you probably know that. It's definitely bad for us, but I apologize for not knowing what y'all was talking about. So, oh no, he was saying he was away for a while, Unc. Oh, okay. All right, praise y'all. Well, I apologize again, Yohanada. I apologize again. All right. Anaya said, I would advise anyone new coming to Mashiach Assembly to watch all the lives. Somebody wrote something, made me miss it. Episodes 1 to now, very fruitful. Praise y'all. All right. Yeah, sorry for the confusion, guys. And I apologize again, Yohanada. All right. And welcome back, young king. I don't know how long you'll stay, but it's good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well out there in this Babylonian world, in this Babylon. All right, praise Yah. So I think that's beautiful, guys. Honestly, literally when I was reading the letter, a rayak. I ain't say that and I ain't stop, but when I was reading the letter, I felt something spiritually. To see our lost ancestors connect, like the trauma and the things that we went through going away from Yah is just so bad. And to see one of them trying to reach another one and sending the Pentateuch and them sending it back in different languages and them trying to say, we got a hot priest and he's trying to keep it hurt me too. I felt something. I didn't say it. I didn't stop. I just read and I felt it. I just didn't stop. But I felt a rayak. It's really, this stuff is so bad, man. And our ancestors didn't have to go through none of this, man. If they would have just have the rayak I have. That's why I'm staying in this humble, meek rayak. You see the way I apologize to Yohanadab right in front of everybody? That's the rayak that it takes. That's why I'm trying to teach Brother Joseph. All that haughty, I ain't Mashiach, I can make a mistake. And when I make a mistake, I need to, the same way I was trying to correct someone or something, I need to repent, and I repent for that ever, and apologize to my brother or a brother, whoever it is. It doesn't matter. It don't got to be your brother. And sincerely, so that they can know that you sincerely, not no fake, I truly apologize. I was wrong. And I could have hurt him. You see what I mean? So that's the posture. That's what got our ancestors in this mess. That's why I said, die to the flesh, guys. Be humble and meek and understand you're going to make a mistake. Apologize, repent, and make amends with your brother and keep moving. But always stand up and rightly correct. Ever stand for truth. But sometimes you'll make a mistake. But don't be scared to stand up as a man or a woman and apologize and be humble and meek. Yeah, and love your neighbors as yourself. All that sending them into captivity and nobody, we the natural branch and nobody can take our blood. I don't want your blood. I don't want that wicked stuff, serpent worshiping ancestors and stuff. That's what got us in this mess. Yahanadaf said, yeah, doing good, personal improvements, really stagnant, but it's coming along. It is what it is. You young. You very young, so you got, you got a long way to go, ins and outs. But praise Yah. All right. I wish, may the Most High's blessings cover you and your journey, young king. All right, guys. So now we're going to close out. Thank you, Hakyama. And only reason why I didn't help you read, because some of that it's hard. I understand. I didn't want to, some of that stuff is crazy. Like this stuff YAHSHUAH is, he kind of like me. I don't know where I get this gift to read this stuff from. It's a gift, right? I'll be impressed when I'll be reading some of it. I'm like, what in the world? How am I saying this word? Right? It's crazy. So that's why I took that for the team. Plus, y'all, he stayed me. So thank you for having my back, Hakyama, and being willing to step up. Thank you for your presence. Thank you, Elder Taj Balaya and Yana Pa. Thank you, Elder, for covering the house with your presence. Thank you, YAHSHUAH, for helping me read earlier. And thank you, everybody, Yana and Kayaliya, everybody who came on the screen. Thank you, everybody who was in the chat for covering people who, as they came in, your brothers and sisters, as well as everyone. Thank you, Sunstar, Thunder Lightning. Thank you. He didn't condemn us without another chance to repent and rectify. That's the repentance, right? That's that repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. The spiritual. He didn't destroy us and put us away because there's a seed of this natural branch who's going to be in spirit and in truth. And that's what it's called. So thank you all for joining us on this study. I apologize for all the mess at the beginning. I didn't get to show this Hebrew. I was going to break it down, but it's okay. I'm going to put the lesson out for y'all, the original Hebrew and the breakdown and why it's so important, and how in this lesson we showed y'all in the book it said they lost their Hebrew tongue. We lost our original, all right? And it was a further decline after the Tower of Babel, right? Praise Yah, his holy name, his rightful order. May you guys have a blessed Shabbat, and may you go forth and be the light of the fire that's in you. Can we all take a moment of silence for the Most High, for his holy Shabbat, his holy Sabbath day, starting now. Shabbat Shalom Yam, Father Most High, Abba Yah. We consecrate this day to you in spirit and in truth, as you said in your original law. Remember this day forever and keep it holy and set apart. Then we thank you for all of the revelations tonight, the teachings, the breaking down of your original name, the breaking down of the Arabic, the Assyric, the Aramaic, the breaking down of the Phoenician, the breaking down of our ancestors and the receipts that these Gentiles and these other nations wrote in their books, these scribes, these plates, these reliefs, these relics, these frescoes, oh my goodness, these what they call hieroglyphs, these paintings, you said that you will leave our history throughout history. It will not be erased. You will always remember your children. So we, your children who consecrate ourselves to you, we want to say, Tayada Abaya. Thank you, Father, for not cutting off the whole complete seed, keeping this earth alive for the remnant. We love you, and we say Shabbat Shalom. Aman Yah, that's Amen, Amen. Hallelujah, that's Hallelujah. And Shalayah, Selah. We love you, guys. Yeah. I was going to say I love you guys. All right. Praise Yah. Thank you all for joining Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. We see y'all all Sunday night, Eastern Standard Time, about 8:30, 8:40 p.m. for the live Q&A. Since I'm going to bring out, and we're going to bring more history. So I'm going to still teach the history, but I'm going to do questions, and each lesson we're going to get through this history. Yah wants us to restart. It makes sense. End is coming, so it's coming around full circle. He wants us to fully come out of her and come back to him fully in spirit and in truth. All right? Praise Yah. Thank you for assembling with Mashiach Assembly House of Yah Ministries, all of y'all worldwide. See y'all on Sunday night, on the first day. See y'all on the first day. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Go forth and be the light. Y'all know how we do in this house. Y'all know it gotta come. All right? What we do here, we teach the truth, true history, and we keep it real.
Keeping it real, like they're going to say, keep it real, that's real.
So we keeping it real. Like they say, keep it real. We teaching the true history, and you already know, like the little homie said.
Bossy, you know what it
is. You know what it is. House of Yah and spirit and the truth. That's just to give a lie. Because sometimes we can get really heavy. So remember, we have to have a joyous heart. Laughter heals the soul. So that's that ending stuff is just to make some laughter and some joy and to lighten it up. I don't want y'all to leave here heavy. We thank y'all for all the revealing, and thank y'all for us keeping it real. You know what it is.
Bossy, you know what it
is. From Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. House of Yah, to all of y'all, I say Shabbat Shalom. See y'all on Sunday, guys. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by YAHSHUAH.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. Precious chosen people of the Most High.
good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
Look, 31 people still here. I was like, I wonder who's still going to be here when I end this right here. I've never done this before. I wanted to make a statement. My apology to Yahshua. I want to explain a little why that came about. It's because so many adversaries be coming and trolls that I got a sword like I'm on deck. That's just me standing in front of the house with a sword. So I'm ready to, so that's why. So, like I said, I apologize because I feel bad. I don't ever want to make no one feel, no kind of way. But it's just because we have adversaries that be trying to come in. So we just, I'm on edge. I'm on guard. You know what I mean? The Dukes is up. So that's what that is. So again, repentance for any error and mistake. So I apologize again, and I repent for any error and any harm I ever caused anyone. I love you all. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We out.